is joining us, and we are going to start now. Hello, everyone. It is time that we sit down and start our panel discussion that will be dedicated to the participation of women in the peace building processes. I think all of us have an acquaintance, a friend of a friend, a Facebook friend who is now defending our country against Russians. Anastasia Blishik, who went to the front line after her boyfriend Alexander Makhov died. Oksana Rubanyak, who serves in the machine gun division and writes poems between jobs at the age of 19. A woman who is serving in the front line now, having signed up just days after the war broke out. There are many women participating in the defense of our country today. They all have unprecedented experience and are probably in line with the best European standards, NATO standards, any kind of standards. And we are going to speak about them, about the contribution they make towards our security, and about the help they require from us. And we will start with a video address from Iran Felon, NATO Secretary General Special Representative.
Thank you for convening this Congress and inviting me to speak to you today. I wish I were in Kiev with you in person to discuss the Women, Peace and Security agenda and to share NATO's experience. In normal circumstances, I would start my speech by introducing NATO's WPS policy and the impact United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 has had on integrating a gender perspective in all of our work. But today, I speak to you as Ukraine is under attack and at war. So here, I will not speak to you of policies, but of the essence of the WPS agenda and the fundamental importance of your contribution to this fight. Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine has shattered peace in Europe and shaken the foundation of the international rules-based orders. We have witnessed indiscriminate attacks against civilians and vital civilian infrastructure. Strikes on energy infrastructure are leading to even more suffering as winter sets in. Over 9 months of war, the Ukrainian people, women, men, and children, have stood resilient and defiant in the face of horrific crimes, including killings, torture, forced deportation, displacement, and sexual violence. But I know that the Ukrainian people have the strength to dig deep and find in every woman, man, girl, and boy the force to heal, rebuild, and prosper. When we speak of UNSCR 1325, we speak of empowerment, of giving space to women to participate in decision-making in times of both peace and war. Your resilience and strength in these dark times is a clear example of the practical application of the norms of UNSCR 1325. This very forum in the beautiful capital of Kiev demonstrates a commitment to ensure that women's voices are heard. It is vital for you, Ukrainian women, to contribute to decision as you continue to defend your nation. And you must also be fully involved in the reconstruction that will follow. Ukrainian women play many essential roles, from frontline soldiers to caregivers, from ministers and executives in this room to educators in the remotest of villages. I look with admiration to your armed forces, where women comprise up to 30% of the ranks, a much higher percentage than in many NATO countries. It is fundamental that you use your voices and that they are recognized and respected in security and defense. This is true today in times of war. It will also be true in the future when Ukraine returns to peace. Your voices must continue to be heard and your spaces preserved. It has been said that tough times create strong men, but let me rephrase here. I believe that only strong and resilient societies can survive tough times. This is what we witness today in Ukraine.
Я думаю, що представництво
I think the representation in this panel confirms the words of Ms. Iran on how much Ukrainian women are currently involved in the decision making on ensuring security. We have with us Alexei Reznikov, Minister of Defense of Ukraine. Yulia Putina, Minister for Veteran Affairs, Her Excellency Melinda Simmons, Ambassador of the United Kingdom, Ksenia Возницына, Chief Medical of the Center for Psychological Health and Rehabilitation of Veterans, Lisova Polyana. According to recent data, Minister, provided by your deputy Hanna Mahler, there are 50,000 women in the Ukrainian military, including 5,000 on the front line. I'm sure you can update those numbers now, and we expect this from you. But I think it's important to highlight that this engagement of women has been made possible primarily due to their selflessness and care, and the state helped them, enabling women to study the military affairs. And we know that back in 2014, 2015, women snipers were registered as laboratory workers, as kitchen workers. They couldn't occupy military positions. I think this is a crime against dignity. Thankfully, the government fixed this, but there are still pain points. We still don't have a unified uniform for women. Women have to fix their own uniforms. There is an issue of means of hygiene for women on the front line, which is often their own responsibility, or the responsibility of volunteers. So my question is, what do you think are pain points in providing for the needs of women military servants in Ukraine? Hello. I would like to start my answer with an apology, because for several years I was invited to this Congress in person, and every time in more peaceful times, although there was a hybrid war, but there was sort of a more peaceful feeling. I always found a good reason not to participate in this panel, although I made video addresses, etc. But I do regret this. And as an expression of my repentance, I am here in person with you, and we have an opportunity to speak. I need to leave at 3:40. So you can ask me as many questions as you want. Just I have a next meeting, a very important national meeting. As for statistics, we do have the situation developing, and I would like to specify some numbers. I will specify that apart from the armed forces of Ukraine, the security and defense sector includes the National Guards, the National Police, the State Emergency Service, the State Border Guard Service, and the structural units of the Ministry of Defense, such as the State Service of Special Transportation, etc. So I am not ready to provide you all numbers in the National Guard or the State Border Guard, because there are also women who serve there and carry out tasks. I can only provide numbers for the armed forces of Ukraine. There are 59,786 women in the armed forces today, including 41,000 women who are military servants, and the remaining ones are civilian workers, but they still work in the armed forces of Ukraine. There are about 5,000 women participating directly in hostilities, including women who serve in the territorial defense units. They probably didn't have as much of a chance to become career military servants, but they are already participants in this. There were only slightly over 38,000 women soldiers a year ago. So you can see the positive dynamics. As for sad numbers, there are 101 women who were killed in action, over 100 wounded, and 50 missing in action. 350 have already received state awards to have the statuses of heroes of Ukraine. And I want to say that, we have worked on the draft law on the voluntary participation of women in the resistance. And there are already 1,000 women who have voluntarily registered with the armed forces. At my instruction, there was a working group which is now completing its work, responsible for standards, also involving initiative women's groups that are working on models of bulletproof vests, which would be comfortable for women and yet carry out all the necessary tasks. Helmets. There are Ukrainian manufacturers who are ready to produce those items and who are currently testing their products. As soon as we get a report that yes, it does work, and women who are the main experts in this group say yes, we are comfortable, it is easy for us, and so on, we will approve the standard by the ministry, and we will officially commission the protective equipment for women, including helmets and bulletproof vests. The same is the story with the uniform. We don't want to have the repeat of the old story with the parade and the high-heeled shoes. I think everyone remembers that story. So we want to avoid that. We don't want to be making the decision without you. So this decision will be made after women say, yes, it is comfortable for us, and we also need a standard, and we can start manufacturing. I don't see a problem here. The fabric is the same. We just need to change it. To say that there is a problem, I don't have a problem. A problem for me is something that doesn't have a solution, but I see it as a task. We see that there is a task. We understand the number of beneficiaries of this task, so we are working on this. If you have ideas that we somehow missed, I am open to direct dialogue. Hanna Mahler, Deputy Minister, is also always open to conversation, and all other Deputy Ministers and myself are all open to conversation. I would like to add that, yes, you are right. If a woman sniper was registered in a different way, there were 4 sectors that were usually given to women. That's medicine, paperwork, and others. And when I went to learning centers and I saw students working on simulators and teaching young recruits, there were women instructors everywhere. 100% of instructors in those simulator centers were women who were teaching young men to shoot cannons or to drive tanks. So the modern means of war, the technological side of war, is also available. And I urge women to consider this as an area of their development, because there are also women have benefits there. Because I mean, women have faster reaction, which is necessary. So it is also something that you can consider for yourselves. This war is now becoming a war of technologies rather than the traditional conventional war. And certain physical differences are annihilated, are leveled by technological solutions. An operator of a UAV can sit in Kiev and ensure a reconnaissance task carried out somewhere in Bakhmut. So it is a completely realistic plan, not to mention that we need IT people and communications experts, particularly modern communications. You understand that if we didn't have the access to satellites, there wouldn't be any communication. But I have the honor of telling you that I was at the training field on Saturday, and I see that we have to be independent to produce our own weapons, to produce our own equipment. Only then will we have this advantage. Today, which is fair. We are very dependent on our partners, and we are thankful to them for doing this. But the issue of surviving next to this neighbor who will unfortunately not fly into space in its entirety together with Elon Musk's inventions, we do need to develop. And I think there is a big prospect for women's development in the defense and security sector. So that's my brief answer to your question. Thank you, Alexei. Another question I will ask you. I understand that we will have to let you go earlier. You know, based on pictures that I saw during the war, one of that hit me strongest was a picture from one of the first exchanges of prisoners, and there were women soldiers with their heads shaved. And you know, I tried to imagine what those women went through, because we understand that shaving of hair, it is about erasing identity. And my question is how the government works with women who went through captivity and who experienced those things. I would like to highlight that everything that Russian troops do are crimes. They are crimes against humanity. They are crimes against civilization. They are all described in relevant conventions and international laws. And such behavior and ill treatment are violations of various conventions, including the Geneva Conventions. So currently there are several groups of lawyers who record every single crime. This is all done with the support of the Prosecutor General's office, because there is a group of other countries who volunteered to help us. And this is all recorded together with our partners, so that not a single criminal can evade responsibility, no matter how many years pass, because there will be a tribunal. I have no doubt about it. The question is where we will hold it, in Mariupol, in Kharkiv, in Volnovakh. I don't know, but it will definitely take place. And every war criminal, starting from the Kremlin leadership and to the perpetrators themselves, will be held accountable. As for psychological help, this is indeed a challenge for us all, because the post-traumatic syndrome connected to the war, not just captivity, but the very fact of being at the front line, already leaves a trace. So we are currently actively participating in all programs, including ones that are launched by various foundations on charitable basis. And we support any business trips that women can take to countries where organizations are ready to receive them and provide such aid. And we also support such projects on site. But we all have to understand that this is a challenge for the entire country, because the number of people who have the status of defenders and will have the today will have the status of veterans tomorrow, multiplied by the number of their family members who also undergo the stress. That's 4 to 5 million potential people who will require care in the future. So our task today is to start building the system of emergency psychological aid together with psychologists, with experts, in order to provide such aid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexei. You actually made my job easier, and you switched to Miss Yulia, talking about veterans. This 40,000 women who are now combatants, and 5 of them on the front line. So we are waiting for them to come back home, to a peaceful home. What is your vision of how to work with them when they are veterans? And is there a difference between working with male and female veterans? Good afternoon. Thank you for this question. And I want to have a very practical response while Mr. Alexei talked about the uniform. So we established a Ukrainian Veteran Fund, which is a state institution before the full-scale invasion. And we thought that it would increase financial capability of veteran policy. But when the full-scale invasion started, we understood that people needed fast decisions. And today we have a grant program on supporting veterans entrepreneurs. And one of the winners, that's the team with the woman, a member of Ukrainian veteran movement, and she is actually working with a female uniform for women soldiers, and it will be a support for entrepreneur and creating these special products for this target group. If we talk about integration, I would like to say that our policy of equal opportunities, and it has to create equal opportunities for everyone. So services are also necessary for everyone, but they need to meet their needs, whether for men and women. So the equal doesn't mean the same. Yes, take into account some social, mental, and physical needs. How we understand this now? Unfortunately, 30 years of our independence. Nobody looked into the policy about demobilized combatants as like a human resource management. So how they integrate, what age, what groups of people. So now we have institutional reform. If we talk about security and defense and introducing this transformation period from military to civilian life, it doesn't mean that there will be separate ministry, and it just means that we have a human-centered approach, and even when the person is serving and there is no war, so then this person needs to understand that they get social support their institution in security and defense, that they can buy housing, and there will be transparent mechanism whether it's man or a woman. Then before they are demobilized, so then they can ask somebody and ask a question. So how can I live civilian life if I don't have any civilian education? And we will give them the tool, and most probably men and women will have different training programs because they will choose different professions. But a year before they are demobilized, they need to be prepared what they're going to do in civilian life. Those who serve for 30 years, they know that many men who come back home after 30 years of service, they don't know what to do with their family because they didn't really spend time with their family. They saw them on vacation, and this vacation was not very clear, like they don't know what to do. But they don't have the situation in the American army, and I keep in touch with many colleagues from other countries. And if you look into account of the American intelligence officer, you can see that they have a lot of events like family festivals where people, those who, family members and military, they support each other, and there is communication network, which is very important. So that's what we are going to work on as well. We as a ministry, we created finally electronic registry of veterans of war, and I would like to give a few numbers. It's not public yet because we don't want this to be public in occupied territories. So we have almost 500,000 veterans, and 38,000 that's women. And if we analyze how they integrate after the service, so 10% of all veterans entrepreneurs, these are women. And also, it is important to note that the majority, these are women over 60. We need to picture that. And if we say that we need to develop economy, we understand that we need to train women to be entrepreneurs so that they can create workplaces to create micro businesses and restore communities. And in this context, it's very important to analyze and systemize information. And as of 24th of February, that's like the data that we have. But and we cannot do much with personal data because of the active hostilities, but we are going to integrate with all the data registries of security and defense, and we are going to have a dashboard. I will share the link where you press the region, and you can see the number of veterans, men, women, age, profession. And it's very important for analysis so that after the victory we get a lot of people in civilian sector with competent experience so that we could analyze what professions will be necessary for that region where people will try to integrate. And so we as a ministry can become this hub so that we can coordinate these training programs. And we are using different legal framework of this formula of resilience of Ukrainian society. So when the veteran, they serve, they competence and warriors, but after they transform to civilian life, they need to be a warrior of recovery. We need to give them all tools so that they can support their family, society, and support their family in all possible ways. And Mr. Alexei mentioned that this existential enemy will always exist, and even if this warrior of recovery, if they integrated in society, and they need to be always ready as men and women to protect their country again. And I would like to emphasize that this forum has very important name, Women and Values. And it says that now we are fighting for our values. We have existential war, and Ukraine, family, woman, land, these are our values, which we should protect and we shouldn't lose to our enemy. And we need to demonstrate the world that modern history of the world is being created here in Ukraine, and many changes will happen in the world because of the events which are happening here. And it's also happening when men and women are uniting to protect the country together. And you remember during first congresses we discussed that we need equal access to military professions. Then women got this access. Why is it necessary? Not because somebody wants to be a sniper and it's not possible, but this basically we create equal opportunities for men and women to protect their motherland. So equal access to every citizen of any sex to protect their country. And that's what we managed to achieve. And if you compare even now European countries or any other countries, only now we have gender inequality, but actually it works. Ms. Julia, you describe this transformation from warrior to warrior of recovery, but I think it won't be easy to go through this transformation. Male and female veterans of the first stage of this war, they mentioned that the feeling that it's difficult for them to process that they are not needed. Because during the war, you know your task. If you don't fight, you'll be killed. But when they come back home, they have a feeling that you are forgotten. And you need to look for your place in this world. What do you think? What is necessary to do here so that none of the veterans, whether male or female, not to feel is not needed? In the United States of America, the budget of VA is $400 million, and they have an army of rehabilitation. But when I visited Washington last year, I saw a person with a poster, so veterans of the Navy suffering, please help. It's not about money, but you can put a lot of effort, but be honest. It's impossible to cover everyone. Some percentage of people will have problems, and also some percentage of civilians will have some problems that we need to take care of. But the state needs to take care of these people together with civil society sector. We need to take care of those veterans who come back, and we have two challenges. One, that's the big number of veterans after the victory, and also planned integration of people who are going to be demobilized. We need to understand who is going to serve for 10 years, who is going to serve for 20 years. So we need to plan this activity, and now we are working very actively with Ministry of Defense of this transformation period to understand that veterans and former military, this is human resource, and this resource for developing our country. And of course, first, what we need to do, that's a high-quality system of psychological screening and rehabilitation. So now we have established a new approach. There is a decree for 2 months. So we directly contract different establishments for psychological rehabilitation. If they have multidisciplinary team, we can contract them directly. And the person who goes through physical rehabilitation in certain establishment, for example, visited Lviv, how it works practically, at the same time, with physical rehabilitation, they get psychological services. Because our international partners told us that your system is wrong, because the person is traumatized after the injuries. So, because psychologist comes after the person is discharged from hospital, that's wrong. So now we are planning this pilot project, and 31 establishments, they have contract with us, and we provided thousands of services of psychological rehabilitation. I don't mean us directly, but the institutions that we work with, and half of them, these are women. First, it's also there is a tool that veteran can come together with a family, because it's also important to provide rehabilitation with the family. So we as a state, we need to create all possible conditions for health screening, physical, mental, and psychological health, and after that give the tools that depending on the region where they are and depending on their needs. And it's very important to reach out to veterans in rural areas because people who demobilize in rural areas, there are not workplaces in many communities, and so now we have a memorandum with all associations of local authorities, and now we are working on establishing the program of supporting veterans in remote communities. Thank you very much. For us in Ukraine, it's obvious that this war is not territorial conflict, that's existential war, and this existential war, which is not about surviving of Ukraine, but surviving of that regime which was formed after the World War II, where you cannot come to somebody's home and tell them how to live. And the fact that now Ukrainian women are fighting in Ukraine, they are not protecting just Ukraine, they are protecting at least Europe, and I believe the whole world. And we are really grateful to those countries which are shoulder to shoulder with us. Great Britain, one of the first countries which supported us and started to provide us assistance before full-scale invasion. And now we are going to talk to Melinda Siemens, the ambassador of the United Kingdom. And when Great Britain is forming assistance to Ukraine, whether humanitarian, military, any other type, do you take into account gender aspect? Do you look at women as a separate group which requires certain specific assistance?
Well, thank you. I'm actually going to speak in English because I've had 2 visits from ministers in the last week, and I'm exhausted. So they were excellent visits, but I'm going back to my home language for a little. I also really apologise for not wearing green. I've totally upset the colour balance of this panel. I'll remember that for next time. Look, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really honoured to be here at this 6th Annual Ukrainian Women's Congress. This is my 4th year in this job, and in all that time I've consistently found Ukrainian women inspiring and frankly persistent against all the odds in every aspect of your lives. In a society where there are not equal opportunities, Ukrainian women, I think, have to continually stand up for their rights over and over again. And I've seen examples of that as I've traveled across Ukraine and in my core work. But Ukrainian women, their equal opportunities, their leadership, They've never been more essential for the future of this country. And it's really important then that all of Ukrainian society supports women in achieving that potential. All across this country, Ukrainian women are facing unique challenges as a result of Putin's war. And a lot of that is due to the challenges that are imposed upon women by structures in Ukraine that are inherently patriarchal. So, yes, it's true that Ukrainian women are less likely to be financially independent, more likely to rely on social payments. Yes, it's true that they're more likely to shoulder the majority of childcare, including ensuring access to healthcare and education. And yes, it's true that their safety at home is more likely to be at risk, as reports of domestic violence in this country continue to rise as they were before the war. It's also a harsh truth that in newly liberated areas, we are already seeing women struggling to sustain livelihoods for their families, and that's likely to continue for some time after the war ends. But what I want to talk about now is the leadership that Ukrainian women are showing in the defense against Russian aggression, and the fact that the way that women are fighting back is changing Ukrainian society fundamentally and is changing the perception of women in this country. It's really most striking in the armed forces, where sisters have joined their brothers in the fight for Ukraine's existence, and they have shown the world their bravery and their skill in standing up to horrifying violence from Russian forces. I have met with women deminers who are undertaking deadly work to make the country safe for their communities again. I have met women who are leading the charge on taking on critical unpaid volunteering roles to stabilize and rebuild towns and cities that have been destroyed by Russian barbarism. So it's very clear to me that the leadership of women in defending against Russia is a fundamental element of Ukraine's success so far. Not only are women so important for this country's war effort, but recognition of women's leadership is a key feature of what sets Ukraine apart from outdated and chauvinist brutality elsewhere. But in spite of steps in the right direction, there are still challenges, some of which have already been spoken about. Even in the new modern military of Ukraine, there are things that show how fast Ukrainian views need to change. I've been speaking with the ministers before now about the fact that essential hygiene projects are in short supply for brave servicewomen. They're just not prioritized enough. And even as we are coming to them now, it's taken too long to get to this point. And it's great to hear from ministers that Ukrainian army is beginning to provide women soldiers with women's uniforms, but this too has taken too long, and there are not enough. Secondly, I know that Ukraine has seen the number of elected women leaders increase at the oblast, the city, and the rayon levels in recent years, but there is such a long way to go. 20% of Ukraine's parliamentarians are women. Women make up a quarter of councillors at the oblast level. Look, I know my own country has work to do too, but in 4 years nearly in this country, I consistently find myself the only woman in the room in meetings wherever I am in Ukraine. And that just isn't good enough. If Ukraine wants all of their brightest and their best citizens to work to support and rebuild the country, got to look to Ukrainian women to be at every table, every panel, every process, from local to national level. And to do that, Ukrainian women are going to need help. They need support so that they can work, they can lead, and they can live a life equal in opportunity to that of Ukrainian men. So my message in response to those challenges is that the UK stands right by women of Ukraine on every step of their journey to that equality. Through our military support, we've been providing training for Ukrainian women soldiers. Through our diplomatic work, we are lobbying for the needs of those trainees. Our work with the National Democratic Institute has supported getting Ukrainian women into politics, including through providing training, starting gender-focused caucuses in local councils, and we are supporting the media to raise awareness of women's accomplishments and publicly denounce sexism, something that I'm afraid cannot happen too much. Working with the UN Ukraine Humanitarian Fund, we're giving £15 million of UK aid to prioritise help to the most vulnerable inside and outside of Ukraine. That includes food, medical supplies, mental health support services, ambulances, electricity generators. And I'm really proud of how our countries are working together to tackle sexual violence. You will know that the Preventing Sexual Violence Initiative conference is today and that the First Lady is there with the Prosecutor General. And through our work with partners, we have helped reach over 13.4 million people in need during this war. This war has changed so much. It's challenged the world to look at Ukraine in a different way. It's inspired by your bravery and in awe of your leadership. But it has to go further than that. Ukrainian women are fighting for their futures, not just as Ukrainian women, but as equal citizens of this wonderful country. The contribution that they bring to fighting Russian atrocities has demonstrated that Ukraine has changed forever and for the better, accepting women's leadership where it was not accepted before. Because that, in the end, is what Ukraine's defense is about. It's about fighting for democracy, for freedom, and for self-determination. Human rights and equality, they are a fundamental part of that, and what will set Ukraine apart from Russia after your victory. So we will stand with Ukrainian women to ensure that the Ukraine that emerges from this war, is a fairer, more equal society with women leadership fundamental to Ukraine's future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Пане Олексію, відпускаю.
Alexei, I can let you go now. Thank you for having joined us. Melinda has importantly emphasized that the woman in Ukraine needs to be at every table where decisions are made, and women need to have access to open all the doors to the parliament, to the army, and so on and so forth. Eventually, we need to realize that women are not a minority, are not a special group. This is half or even more than half of the population, and they are just human beings deserving everything that everyone else deserves. And now this is about a helicopter view of the role of women in the army. And now let's speak about more practical, down-to-earth aspects. This is Lesia Ganja. She is a servicewoman, and she knows practically this experience that we are discussing theoretically. So my question is, to what extent in the current war and in the modern army do they manage to use the potential of women? Thank you, Yana. Above all, I'd like to express gratitude to organizers of the Congress. Thank you for inviting me. And I covered all the previous congresses as a journalist, and now I'm one of the speakers, and thank you. And I would also like to address you all in the audience and to tell you words of gratitude and of admiration, because I'm sure that the life in the rear is much more challenging than life at the front line. I've been in Kyiv for several weeks undergoing some training. I observe people living here in Kyiv, and I admire you. Thank you for your support, and thank you for being so resilient, undergoing all of those trials that we have in the context of the war. And understanding that it may... Well, actually, this is how I made my choice at the beginning of the war. During the previous 8 years, I covered the theme of the war. I quite frequently visited the front line, but on the 24th of February, I decided to take weapons. I realized that this part of the military campaign, it is where I was going to meet the enemy having weapons in my arms or in my hands or without weapons. So I decided to take weapons. Somehow it seemed to me a more reliable option. So when we speak about the challenges that women face in the army, what we discussed about the form, about hygiene, uniform hygiene, frankly speaking, that's not a big issue for me. What's an issue is how to be useful, helpful in the army, because actually there are quite a lot of volunteers who have zero military training, combat training or experience. There are quite a lot of them, and we are a challenge to the army. It's quite difficult to apply us efficiently. And if this were a men's congress, I would say that we are cool, we are okay, but we are women and we tend to be self-critical. Is it a good quality to be self-criticism? Well, I don't know. You know, when you are in a company of men, they are more self-confident, and usually they do not demonstrate, manifest their weaknesses. But somehow, this is my experience, of course. But among women, you can admit that maybe there are some issues, maybe somewhere I feel I do not succeed in some aspects, and it seems to me that volunteers, as I am, with zero combat background, that's a challenge for the army, and that's my personal challenge. I can buy uniform, I can buy hygienic stuff, that's not a problem, but gaining the knowledge and skills, that's the challenge. And we discussed stereotypes and all of those things, but a stereotype, one of the stereotypes is, well, let me put it this way. I have not moved anywhere from my company, I mean, in the war. But formally, I have already been in 3 companies, 3 military units, because for various reasons, there are fewer people in the course of time. Those who are at the front line, we lose people. Some people come back to Kiev, to say nothing about some other situations. And when we had another commander in our company, there were 3 women in our company, in our unit, and he said, I want to get rid of the women. He is a veteran, he is cool, he was an Azov combatant, and he said that I know that men shoot themselves because of women, so I'm not going to have women in my unit. And then somebody approached him and negotiated that he kept 1 woman because her husband was also there, and he was a paramedical. And then I was not in the unit, but then I came back and he invited me to talk to him. She said, are you a journalist? He said, yes, go to the press unit. I say, no. He says, why? I say, well, because I believe that at war, journalists cannot actually work as journalists, when you cannot indicate precise information, names, dates, locations. Well, one day we will write that story, but now not. And then he said, well, okay, go away and keep going. That was it. But then guys from his unit approached me and said, are you a health professional or an drone operator? So this is the new stereotype, that women in the army are either health professionals, first aid people, or drone operators. And the women having military professions, as I have, that's rather an exception. Because being in infantry, being a shooter, some prefer to have a man, even without combat experience. But men tend to be stronger physically because, of course, we are about digging the ground, about loading, unloading stuff, and that's about a lot of moving around, and happily we manage to keep going. Okay, thank you, Lisa. And I believe that we are going back to that idea about that equality and being the same is not the same thing. I mean, making it possible for women to manifest, to use their talents in the army, it's not the same. Well, the word giving them the opportunity is not about the army. You know, nobody gives anything to us. We are a new type army, by the way. I believe we come, we self-organize, and we, of course, coordinate our actions with the commandment. And that's a guarantee of success of the Ukrainian army and its fight with the centralized Russian army, right? Ask my commanders. Well, you know, I am a small pixel in my unit. I don't know, girls. We will now hear from a psychologist, but I don't know about your psychological problems, but I understand that if I want to master this, then I kind of disconnect all the other interests or areas, and then I start operating. And I believe that this is not the army that has that impact on me, but this is the impact of the war. If I want to do something, I cannot afford discussing or reflecting or fragmenting my attention, my focus. I keep thinking about what you have said, that the commander did not admit women because there were cases that men shot themselves. What's the logic? I will remove these women because men shoot themselves or what? Well, for some reason. Well, let's be humane. I mean, we have an objective that we need to implement. And if somebody admits that I cannot psychologically cope with that, I can do the compact objection, but I cannot accompany that with some psychological support or whatever. Well, we have to understand that, I believe. And also, well, maybe I could get nervous or anxious about something, but then I realized that I am part of the system that is so efficient at the macro level. So all the problems that I have at micro level, these are just challenges that are minor, that it is possible to overcome. And our commander, when he sees women in the unit, they are distressed, of course, but that's not their main strength. Okay, I hope that step by step we will be there. We already have the holidays or days commemorated to both men and women at the war, and the president mentions the both words and the both genders. Right, we already have commanders who welcome us and say hello, boys and girls, or guys and girls, even though there is just one girl, and that's me. So that's already something. Okay. Listen, you have already touched upon the theme of mental health, and we continue with Ksenia. It is obvious that now the entire society is under enormous pressure. All of us now react normally to abnormal circumstances, but we believe that further on the circumstances will change, we will prevail, and what will we be like by then? Hello, and thank you for your invitation. What Melinda has said, that we are now in all green. Well, unfortunately, I am not uniformed, but this is a Ukrainian producer made in Ukraine. I can share the contact information. Okay, so now I would like to share some comments about how the war impacts the society based on my practical experience, because maybe you know that my work and the work of my team since August 2014 has been focused on the daily, weekly and yearly basis. We work on mental health, and we have certain observations that we've accumulated over these 8 years, and of course they are applicable today, and maybe we need to scale them up, of course. So, people are now developing, gaining, or recovering their national identity, their sense of belonging to the great Ukrainian nation. And what we are observing now, this is growing progressively. And I would say that that's like a vaccination against that inferiority complex that has been developed among us for centuries. We've mentioned the experience of women who had to travel to go abroad. And of course, everyone speaks about the obvious advantages of living in Ukraine. Even though in Europe it may feel more comfortable, we definitely see the disadvantages for those who stay in Ukraine. And another important aspect, again, based on 8 years of experience, what we see in families of veterans and in the communities, people adapt, adjust themselves to this pace of life, and unconsciously they try to save their resources for what matters most. How they do that? Unconsciously, they may choose the community, the context, to communicate with people who feel comfortable for them. In this way, they create these bubbles around themselves, and the society may get fragmented. Some people come together based on that. They are veterans or IDPs or families of soldiers who fell at the war. And what we need to plan for the future is to reintegrate these bubbles as one society. That's my second thesis. And third statement, civil responsibility, the feeling of responsibility will increase. People have gained unique experience. When they come back, they have this poignant expectation or perception of justice. They will not tolerate double standards, so they will act, and we need to be ready for that. But actually, that's good, isn't it? And another important aspect, we have discussed families already, but what we see now is that the women who have not gone to the war, who stay back at home, they take the driving wheel. They start kind of managing their families. Men may be absent for months. So women undertake the whole range of management, and then it is very difficult to give back these powers. Quite often we observe the situations in the family where this control is not that easy to let go of when the husband is back. So this is another trend that we observe for the future. And Yulia, that's true that working with families, that's key. Then quite a lot of people had that illusion of being not vulnerable, where the world seems to be safe. And now people have lost that, and they developed the so-called deficit-based world model, where the world is perceived as dangerous, latently dangerous. So it seems that no matter what bad things are going to happen, that is going to affect me. And that is what we observe in the society. And this is, again, will be a post effect of our victory, and there the support of the society will be needed. And another thing is that one of signs of PTSD is avoidance, where they avoid mentioning the trauma, avoid memories or discussing the experience. And I'm not speaking even about that the entire society is going to have to suffer PTSD symptoms. No, not at all, of course. But this experience will often make us avoid things. And this avoidance needs to be avoided, actually, because you have to admit problems and then address them. And we need to clearly recognize where our gaps and weaknesses are. We need to admit and to address that.
And finally, I will say that, of course, there will be people with psychological traumas, with mental trauma. There will be also many people with physical injuries, with amputations. And society needs to be prepared for that as well. I'm glad that it is already happening today. And despite this survival, we are making enormous progress. And this is already post-traumatic growth. There are enormous developments happening in society. think about the approaches to physical rehabilitation, how approaches that are being used are completely European, how the number of physical therapists is growing, the innovations in the prosthetics. And I am not a psychologist, I am a neurologist, and my sphere of interest is the so-called contusion, the impact of the explosion wave that is happening quite commonly these days. Everyone in those areas, even civilians, has a high risk of suffering that. And we have collected information about this into a short brochure that we distribute among general practitioners so they can identify it. These elements of education are highly important. Ms. Zhelnovich has already spoken about this. We need to teach people how to act when there is an epileptic attack, for instance. And I'm very happy that there is a mental health program and psychosocial support launched by the First Lady, because many people have now learned what first mental aid is, and it is believed that if you provide that aid rapidly, it will not develop and progress into a more complex disorder. See, the war turned out a driver, a catalyst of progress. Unfortunately, this is a tragic one. But the bionic hand, the bionic prosthetic developed by a Ukrainian startup with a woman COO, by the way, was called the best invention of the year. By the way, I will give an example that last Wednesday, we had that massive missile strike, and early on Thursday we already spoke with an American company in a hospital about the use of virtual reality to in our work, and it seems absurd to other people. Yeah, and Russians think they can break us with power cuts and water cuts. I am very thankful to you for joining us. We are wrapping up our panel. And let's listen to this special address by Melanie Verver, Executive Director of the Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace and Security.
For the Ukrainian Women's Congress. I know this is a very difficult time as Ukraine continues to bear a daily onslaught of death and destruction at the hands of Putin's Russia. Ukraine is on our minds and in our hearts, and we in the United States will continue to do all we can to provide critical support to you as he seeks to destroy Ukraine's freedom, democracy, independence, Ukraine's very existence. All across America, you will find houses and office buildings decked with the Ukrainian flag in solidarity with all of you. Today, Ukraine is on the front line in the battle for freedom and democracy everywhere. Your gathering could not be more important, for Ukrainian women's leadership is critical, both during this terrible war and after the war, as Ukraine works to recover and rebuild. Women's leadership cannot be just an option. It must be central. It is a necessity for peace and security. Many Ukrainian women leaders, parliamentarians across party lines, other officials, as well as NGO leaders, have been coming to the United States to tell us firsthand what is happening and to continue to plead for defensive weapons. I have been privileged to meet with many of you, and I want you to know these trips are very impactful, and we are grateful for your making them. As some of you know, I'm at the Georgetown University, where our Institute for Women, Peace and Security is focused on the role of women in peace and security. We have hosted many virtual events with leaders like yourselves to underscore the importance of Ukrainian women's meaningful participation in decision-making, because voices like yours are absolutely vital. You are demonstrating that. You are demonstrating that in the security sector, no longer the invisible battalion, but very actively engaged in all aspects of the military. You are demonstrating it in your leadership in elective and appointive office. You are demonstrating it in running NGOs and working in the media and overseeing humanitarian relief work, and so much more. Many of you have worked to create a very strong civil society that in many ways is the envy of the world. This voluntary sector is showing the world how each and every Ukrainian is doing whatever she or he can to make a difference. And at the same time, women are also bearing the brunt of the war, internally displaced or as refugees across the border. For over 2 decades, I have witnessed firsthand the achievements that women like all of you have made and continue to make. I have witnessed the difference that you are making. A record number of you have been elected to Parliament and at the sub-national level due to gender quotas. In fact, I was in Kiev once when the decentralization debate was going on and the need for women's political representation at the regional level was being debated. Your voice in politics has been and continues to be crucial. It's where decisions get made, and your perspectives, your experiences, your talents are critically needed. In this most difficult time, you must continue your work to ensure that your voices will be heard in political decision-making at all levels of society, in any future peace negotiations, in donor conferences, and ultimately in rebuilding and the recovery of your country. The women of Ukraine, all of you, have been and continue to be an inspiration. You are the change makers, and your leadership is as important today as it's ever been, even more important. Know that we stand with you, we support you. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава!
Glory to the heroes. And to fully wrap up our panel, the final word to Ms. Yulia Laputina. First, thank you very much for this event. And first, I wanted to provide you one example why we are doing all of this. The Ministry of Veteran Affairs has a center for physical psychological support in Borodyanka. It was destroyed by a tank hit. 2 people died, and the director of a center was sitting there for 3 days next to the building, waiting for the bodies of her sister and nephew, but heroic psychologists were still working there. And they, when our psychologists arrived there, they were providing help in a humanitarian hub, and there was a meeting there. There was a mom and a son, and there were people who wanted help as well. There was no power, no water. Many people didn't have a place to live. I was hugging this boy who was about 10 or 11 years old, and he goes like, "Lady, did you see they shot Shevchenko's head, the poet's monument's head in the square?" And everyone felt like crying because even though this boy had no more power, water, house, he cared about this monument. And another case was when a woman with mental health issues was like just walking in the streets. It was a common situation, and she was also walking in the streets with her dogs and a cardboard, and she heard noise and crying from a basement, and she tossed her food in there. So even a woman who had clear mental health issues turned out way more humane than the Russian troops. So we made the decision that we would restore this hub And with the support of the president, we are currently restoring it. And I would like to organize a separate unit there, which would not just provide psychological support, but also which would be dedicated to the study of this inhumanity, inviting all the leading experts, psychologists, philosophic anthropologists, psychiatrists, to make sure this humankind is safe from the repetition of this phenomenon in the future. So thank you for what you are doing. We are ready to join in as much as we can. And we also invite you to get involved and to study this violence, to study these atrocities that were happening there. And I am proud of our people. Those children who believe in poet Shevchenko have to support us mentally, because we are doing this all for a reason. Thank you all. Thank you, Yulia. Friends, can I just have 1 minute? Look, we need to have a conversation with Olga Stefanishin now, so we can use this pause to have your comment too. As a doctor and as a person who works with mental health, I want to say that there is a little exercise that you can learn, and you can do it every evening. Please do, because that resilience, a very popular word now, it doesn't appear just in itself. There are intrinsic factors that we have, this cohesion, the meaning, the truth, and so on. But you still need to take care of yourself. Everyone gets burnt out, so you need to take care of yourself. You need to take care of your sleep, of good food if possible, of physical exercise. This can be 10 to 15 minutes a day, but it's still important, and good emotions, communication. So there is a very short exercise, which is go-to exercise of the mindfulness practice. It consists of 4 words, glad. The first letter is G, that is stands for gratitude. You have 2 minutes at home in the evening when you are driving, or you're just at home alone, or alone in the room. You can just think back to this. So the first letter is G, gratitude. Think back to one thing that you are thankful for today, even if you were able to read a few pages, let's say. The second letter L stands for learning. Think of one thing that you learned today. It doesn't matter what it is. It's not about deep knowledge. Even something surface level. Then A, accomplishment. What did you accomplish today? Even if you had a good night's sleep, that's already good. And D, delight. Think what made you happy today, or what made you laugh today. And try to think of those 4 things every evening. Keep that exercise ready and exercise. Thank you. You will speak about psychological practices. What helped me over these 9 months is Viktor Frankl, the psychotherapist who went through Auschwitz, and he said if you know why, you can withstand anything. Thank you everyone for joining our discussion. Let's not go very far. Well, Stefanishna is already here, so yeah, let's not leave. Thank you for joining. ready to discuss how Ukrainian women bring our European future closer at various fronts. This is already a reality for us, but we need to formalize this, and turns out it is quite a difficult process. Ukrainian women, both social activists, people of art, government workers, are now actively working on the diplomatic front and prove to everyone that Ukraine is an equal part of the European family, which is now paying for the safety of this family with its blood. And also Stefanishina is also one of those talented Ukrainians. She is the Deputy Prime Minister for European Integration. Thank you for joining us. Thank you very much. Thank you for the fact that even understanding that every week we have not only the danger of missile strikes, we have actual missile strikes, we still demonstrate our resilience by making time for such conversations. How would you assess the role of Ukrainian women in the advocacy of our European progress and the work on the diplomatic front, whose achievements are clear? Ukraine has received the official candidate status. How important is the role of women here? Can we somehow single it out in a separate category? You know, I see Ira in the audience, and I remember that when the full-scale war started, I think there were no gender roles. There were no men or women in politics, in the parliament, in civil society. There were people who were ready to go ahead and work and do everything possible. Somebody did it with weapons, somebody did it with paperwork, somebody did it with their phone, whatever they could. And there is a certain feeling of equality about this. And I can indeed single out the role of us, of women, as those who became the basis for the resilience of our country during the war. And women who were abroad, who were forced to flee from the war with their families to save their children, who occasionally went through horrors that cannot be imagined if we speak about the war crimes of the Russian army on the territory of Ukraine. Women and families who were under occupation, without water, without food, without power, people who lost their loved ones. I saw the eyes of those people who took to the streets of European cities, and I understood that they want to make sure that their children, their loved ones, will never go through the same horrors again. And this is the basis which provided, which ensured, I would say, that the only decision that could be made was our candidacy.
And there was one situation which was the most memorable for me. It was my visit to France, to Paris. And we, together with Ukrainian, mostly women, children, people older age, our grannies, we came to one of the central squares of Paris, and we had a huge event to support our European future. There were many French people there, not only Ukrainians, and in the eyes of these people, I saw that by helping us, Ukrainians, they became better people. They saw something better in themselves than what they thought. They understood that values is not just a word. And after that, I had a meeting with the team of President Macron, and I had been working a lot in French direction, and all the time I heard the same message, that we really support Ukraine. But French society, French people are against expanding, against the fact that Ukraine to be a part of our family, at least for now. Time is necessary. And after this event, after I met with the team of the president, I heard the phrase, "Olga, we support you because people support you." And this is a huge achievement of our people, our citizens, our women. There were women with us who lost their husbands, children, grannies who lost their daughters, people whose members of family were under occupation at the time. At that time, our combatants were still keeping the positions in Azovstal, and the President of Russian Federation didn't allow any green corridors, and most people who were there, they knew that their loved ones were dying, but they were in that square, and we knew that we would not leave until we get a positive decision. So for me today, women's leadership, that's when the war made us equal. And when women showed their resilience together with the armed forces of Ukraine, as people, as a nation. And I think this is the most important dimension that I would like to emphasize. And these women who had to flee to the European Union. Yeah, many of these women, they can rent the place to live. They understood how kindergarten and school systems work. Some of them started to open businesses. They showed the face of Ukraine, that face that Europeans were ready to see. So Ukraine is a European country. How can you comment on this invisible work that every refugee woman does every day when they pay a bus fare or when they visit a parental teacher-parent meeting at school? I would like to draw your attention to 6.5 million of Ukrainians, mostly these are women and children. They live on the territory of the EU and outside the EU. And we've never heard the word of migration crisis. If we talk about previous crises which happened in the European Union, and actually they were talking about hundreds of thousands of citizens of other countries, and now 6.5 million Ukrainians, they are an asset of the European Union. And women became drivers of policies of those countries. For example, I came to Prague February 24th. Ukrainian women organized humanitarian headquarters. They had arrangements with the mayor of Prague. They found in the center of the city the biggest location. They organized people. They organized humanitarian aid. They accepted everyone, absolutely everyone. This exception point is still functioning. Also, in the suburbs of Paris, Ukrainian women started to form and dictate local policies that, yes, our children, they need to go to school, we need to have education, we need workplaces, we need to form our future. So organize your local councils and decide what to do. So the vice prime minister, I came there as vice prime minister, and they told me everything where I needed to go and which offices I need to visit. And I left absolutely calm and relaxed because we have extremely organized communities. I gave only 2 examples, but there are many examples like this. Moreover, my advisor, Dasha Haidai, is here. She has just come back from the United States. And she met with Ukrainians. And now American business, they are dreaming about hiring Ukrainians. Business people, they say that we can hire 10,000 people. Give us 10,000 Ukrainians. And it says that we as a nation, we are big value. And for us as a state to bring these people back and to create them conditions. And once again, Ukrainian women, activists, civil society, unfortunately, they learned all the names of the weapons that we need. And unfortunately, they had to learn those words. And now Ukrainian women, they are traveling all around the world. So what launch systems we need, why we need air defense system. And everybody who listens to them, they know for sure that that's exactly what we need. And that's why we are a great strength and asset. And I would like to talk about some period after the victory, so that we need to value ourselves and to understand that we are our biggest asset. We are citizens. Because actually, this fact that we don't really value ourselves, that's also a part of Russian propaganda. And we definitely do everything possible as a government to work on policies to bring our citizens back after the victory and when we start recovery. And we have some opinion polls which shows that 74, I think it was in September, 74% of Ukrainian refugees abroad, they want to come back home as soon as possible. And their motivation is, most of them, they say, because they love their country. Not because they have their house or their work here, but because they love their country. And millions saw that we have many better systems here in Ukraine than where they are now. Thank you very much. We talked to Olga Stefanishyna, Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, of European and Euro-Atlantic integration.
Ми знову не розходимося. Зараз у нас буде далі спеціальна подія. Так, 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 так.
Вітаю вас.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, traditionally, as a part of Ukrainian Women's Congress, we have a special panel discussion about local authorities and local governance. And during this discussion, we usually talk about how to give chances to women to be more engaged in political life in their communities, about strengthening democracy, about inclusivity. And we usually talk about how women help local economy. And for the first time in our 30 years of independence, as a part of our Congress, we're going to talk about completely different and new function of local governance, which for the first time Ukraine tested. And this is the function of basically military administration. Local governance which never had this special role during the war, and Ukraine is unique for American or European experience, because if you look at different other local authorities in American European countries, we will never find a mayor who can say that they know how to act and what to do during the war. Now we have this experience, and probably as it was such a huge challenge for Ukraine, even one of the first laws which was adopted in parliament since the war started, it was the law how to clarify the mandate of local governance, local authorities, for mayor, for council, and what happens when local authority institutions cannot function anymore and military administration has to be created, and how mayor can head this administration. And it's not just a civilian mayor who is responsible for just day-to-day life of the community. This is absolutely new and difficult experience. And today we have 3 wonderful representatives who can talk about the role of local governance during the war, preserving values which are important to us. And we have completely different levels. We have Ms. Irina Vereshchuk, Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, Minister of Reintegration on temporary occupied territories of Ukraine. Then we have Marina Honda, Deputy Head of Kyiv City Administration. And this Lyudmila Biryukova, head of Velikopisarivska community in Sumy region. So you can see that we have representatives of different levels, and we talk to them. And each of them will be able to share their vision on local authorities and women in local authorities during the war. And if you don't mind, I will give the floor to Irina Vereshchuk first. So because you were the first woman in government who I saw on TV wearing military uniform, I remember that it was a terrible address when you talked to the Red Cross and you asked to take the bodies of Russian soldiers, and you kept talking about this. And I thought, how difficult it is to start working on those issues. And since then, a lot of time has passed. You work with different communities. The communities which went through active hostilities, and those who went through occupation, and communities which host a big number of IDPs and refugees. You see different faces, different communities. Tell us, please, are they really that different, or is there anything that unites them so that they all can be called Ukrainian community or Ukrainian local authorities? So what observations can you share? Because this Congress is devoted to values during the war and the role of a woman during war. And we know that many members of local authorities, these are women. So can you share your feelings, your experience of how you work and coordinated with communities? And did you feel this Ukrainian strength of spirit? Thank you very much, Ms. Olena. Thank you for inviting me. And I wish all of us peace and victory that we are really looking forward to, and do everything possible to bring it faster. And yes, it's true. I was in local governance. I also understood the needs of community, and I understood that center region communication, how important it is. But of course, the 24th of February brought some changes. And everything that was happening in all these hours and days and events, It's even difficult to choose the word when it's like a mosaic that changes every day and every hour, and it's so unclear what's happening. It's very difficult to have something like to hold on to, because you understand you need to find people that if you give a task that you know that it's going to be delivered. It was very important to understand that the phone call is going to be answered and the task is going to be fulfilled, because lives of people depend on this. And resilience of heads of administrations really was important, and their motivation and capability and capacity. That was when they worked 24/7, when they needed to open green corridors, when you need to organize buses and work with volunteer groups. And that's what the leaders of communities did. And as you said, that they never had any experience like this, and everybody went through this exam test for stress resilience and this ability to make important decisions which will save people's lives. And the level of responsibility is so huge. And the heads of communities, the heads of all levels, those who kept on. And they fought on humanitarian front, because I'm not being emotional. Humanitarian aid, that's a very important front, because military front, of course, that's for our armed forces. But when they called and they asked, like, can you save my wife, my child, and can you help them so that I can fight on the front line? And so it's very important to understand that this humanitarian front had to keep on. And we can see that now aggression is directed at civilians, of those who are defenseless, women, children, people with disabilities, who are very difficult to evacuate, people who don't want to leave their homes, who want to stay in the occupied territories even though they don't have heat or electricity. And what should the heads of communities do, especially women who take this position? And we try to convince them that, like, convince people to leave, but it's like, no, they stay with them, because they cannot force people leave their homes. Especially I was impressed with Kherson region, because we came there right after the occupation, Velika Alexandrivka, every time when we visited, and there were women. And I asked if they stayed all the time during occupation. They said that yes, some people stayed, and some people went through torture, psychological and physical torture. And those who we met, they said that they didn't even have a thought to betray, to switch sides. We believe that just one moment and we are going to be liberated. And now they are unity, they are family. Everything is bombed. They don't have healthcare facilities, school. They don't have a city council building or anything. They have one room for social protection. They provide health services, and they keep their front.
And I see that the communities are very friendly, and their leaders, Vera, Katerina, they stayed with their community, and you can witness a lot of respect and support and love for what they've done for their communities, especially women who are particularly empathic. And well, men, they tend to have other strengths, while women leaders, they are really capable of hearing their communities, elderly people or children or people who are unhealthy. That is a great value, and this is something that we need to promote after the victory as well. You are a woman too, and you take a high position in the government, and you have undertaken a lot of responsibility. Do you feel that the fact that you are a woman at that position, that as a result, more female representatives of local governments come to you to address various issues? Or you don't think that there is any difference when you communicate with men or women under these extreme dramatic circumstances? I see no dramatic difference, but it is easier with women. We understand each other well. When I come to regions, I immediately check with female leaders, and I can see that if it is more or less 50% of women, then everything is going to be fine. And when I ask them to come up with the list of needs, well, I know that they will be very detailed, that they will verify all the needs of the families, of households. That's the feminine, and that's good, because the masculine, they are more about, that is more about defense, fortification, while women know about the number of people with limited mobility, where they have electricity supply problems or pension access problems. And that is the synergy, that is the foundation, the basis of our state. And I believe that's a role model for the country. Even Poland, which is decentralized, when they see how our communities function, they say that we are their role model. How, they say, was it possible to decentralize in such a way? But that happened naturally. We have this gene of statehood of local governance since Magdeburg law. We know how genetically how to do that, how to defend the communities, and it's functional. Let me share one short story from Kherson region, because that's so vibrant. That's about Halina, who is now a leader of one of Kherson communities. And before the war, she was a secretary of Kherson City Council, and now she's holding the line there. And it happened so that we were traveling there, and we lost the route, and we were under shelling. She's not a service person. Andrei, the cameraman, he was also there with us, and it was 120 millimeter shells, and we could see one of them falling 70 meters away from us. That's stressful. I wish none of you has that experience. And imagine, well, happily we survived, and then we were traveling with Halina on that bus, and she said, but okay, that was the shelling, but you remember that we start the evacuation tomorrow. I said, well, sure. So you see, we have this female leaders. Just now she was shelled by a mortar, and now we are in the Liberty Square, and she is already talking to people. So that's the role model. Happily, we have those women. But now you are speaking about Kherson region. But you had that experience in Kiev region, Zhytomyr region, Donbass, Sumy, and so on and so forth. Have you ever noticed any differences in how local governments and local authorities responded to challenges of the war? Or maybe you rather see things in common? Some unity features. Maybe it's a bit provocative, this question, but anyway, communities, they have their faces, different faces. Ukraine is united but also diverse. So do you ever observe, well, that's the war on Russia, and maybe in Sumy region there was a very different attitude when their actually neighbors started attacking them. So maybe the response there was different from the response in Zhytomyr region, whatever. Did you notice any differences in how people behaved, how they interpreted the situation? What was most striking for you regarding the attitude to the war, to Ukraine, response of various communities? Before the 24th of February, I could see quite a lot of discrepancies. I could see that in Donetsk and Luhansk regions, more or less, could be different from Kherson region and Kharkiv region. And I realized that those are regions on the border. I also originate from a town on the border, and I know about this assimilation process, about permeability of cultures. So people get married, they communicate with each other, and of course, this terrible attack on the 24th would be perceived in different ways in Rava-Ruska or Krasny Luch in Luhansk region. No matter what happened on the 24th, maybe not a single Putin could predict that the society manifested their best qualities. I believe those are the best strengths qualities, where Lviv residents are so open, helping people, hosting people at the railway stations, volunteering, hosting and welcoming people from the East. Even though the values may be different, they want to help, they want to rescue, and then we'll see what happens next. That worked so smoothly. Sumy, Chernihiv, humanitarian corridors. That was a challenge for themselves because they lost their homes, they had to be displaced, but they keep helping others. They become volunteers. That's something that makes us invincible. And the most important quality that I'd like to highlight, this is our Ukrainian stamina, because we know what we are fighting for. We have the stamina. And that is why we realize that slavery is worse than death, because we are free people in a free state. Thank you. And today we talked to the military chaplain who said that freedom, this is a key feature of a human being. And for the Ukrainian nation, that's the driver, that's the engine, perceiving one's freedom and interaction with the other. And now let's switch to Ms. Birykova. We mentioned that she worked with those people who lived in those territories that were first affected by the occupation, and then they reintegrated into Ukraine after they were liberated. You are a representative of that community that is actually on the border. So what could you say about that experience that you had, the experience of the occupation, and how is reintegration and recovery happening now? And maybe a couple of words about the role of women. You are the community leader, so what's your role there? Hello, and thank you for that question, and I'm grateful to organizers for the invitation. Right, Velika Pisarivka territorial community of Sumy region is on the border, and we have 50 kilometers of the joint border on the aggressor, on Russia. And on that terrible morning, on the 24th of February, we were the first ones to experience the neighbors' aggression. They destroyed the customs post, and then thousands of military vehicles started moving there. There was no understanding of what was going on, no understanding of what we should do. There was no algorithm that we could follow. Of course, that was like just a set range of events, and we had to grant on our common sense, on our intuition. When we realized the scale of what was going on, we realized that there could be shellings and fires. And the first thing we did, we undertook the responsibility to get rid of diesel and fuel from the gas stations. We created strategic reserve for ambulances, for fire brigades. We also prepared the bandage materials, and we also used sacks of sand to protect our hospitals. After several days after the full-fledged attack, we organized a humanitarian headquarters, because actually we were in the rear of the enemy, and Akhterka, that was a neighboring community, was already under shellings. And our community had the opportunity to bring to the humanitarian headquarters some food products, warm clothes and footwear. On the second day already that was delivered to the occupied Akhtirka. On the 28th of February, the 93rd Brigade entered our community, and we were the first, actually, community that the Ukrainian army took control of. It happened so, unfortunately, I guess, that the material supplies for the army were lagging behind, and that is why the community, women in particular, had to undertake the responsibility to provide food for our defenders at home, at various facilities. We cooked food and delivered those to the troops, to the service persons. You remember that March, it was wet and it was frosty, so we prepared socks and some linen. So all of that was delivered to the service persons' possessions because they could not leave their possessions. And then we would do the laundry, we would recharge their radios and telephones, and we had to help them to also transport the wounded soldiers. So this is something that is not really normal for our community, for any community, because there were active shellings for 1 month till the end of March. We had to deliver pensions. So life went on despite of those hostilities, sure. And we have discussed that, but that you are located on the border. And when the Russian troops entered, did you have any fear that you were a representative of the Ukrainian authorities, actually, local authorities? Because further on we could hear about terrible torture and about kidnapping of representatives of local government. And you are a woman. You understand that you are a representative of Ukrainian authorities. Did you have that fear? What were you thinking about? Was there any special attitude to you from the Russian army? Because you are the leader of the community, maybe they contacted you. I don't know if you believe me or not, but no, I had no fear, and I still have no fear. And not for myself. I have some fear for my dear ones, and I had no time to think about that. The situation developed not as we are used to. Situation changed on the hourly basis, and that is why, thinking about my personal security, maybe I had no time about that and for that. And the Ukrainian army came fast enough, so we didn't have much contact with the Russian aggressor. And look, now you live where at the border, and there are high risks of other events and aggression. What would you now say to representatives of the government about interaction and cooperation with the communities that are in those precarious locations? So if you have this dialogue, if you have the opportunity of direct contact, to be directly in contact with the ministries, if you can contact them with your issues and so on and so forth, maybe you would recommend something for the future. Thank you for that question. I will reveal a secret, I guess. I agreed to participate in the forum just for the sake of meeting and negotiating with representatives of our ministries. And I have this request to you. Our mandate now includes some army-related military duties. And now we have this great need and problem. I believe it is relevant not only for us, it is relevant for the entire territory of Ukraine. And the issue is, as I see it, we need to build defense lines. However, the communities, even though they wish to do that, they do not have the technical capacity. And the equipment vehicles of agricultural enterprises, other businesses is no longer operational, damaged by shellings, because we have those shellings on the daily basis. So whichever vehicles are still operational, they are employed at the first defense line. Us women, we can come to each other for help and to men, and we send letters to all of our neighboring communities so that they share their equipment to be with us for us to build the second defense line. And frankly speaking, it's not happening as fast as I would wish to. Okay, so we will not go into detail, but I hear that there is the need to keep in touch with the communities, especially those that are close to the contact line or those that have been deoccupied and are in the process of reintegration. They need to be always in contact with representatives of central authorities so that you could quickly respond to those fast-changing events. Well, thank you so much. I believe that we will use this Congress as a platform for more communication despite the challenging circumstances. All of us understand that, and we understand that you do have the need for that communication. Just a minute, if I may. Yeah, I would like to have a meeting, to have an appointment. That's easy. Now let me pass the floor to Marina Honda, because the capital is definitely at the defense line in the humanitarian, economic sense, and now there is a lot of pressure on the capital, on the systems, on the residents. And I understand that the challenges that Kyiv is facing now can hardly be compared to those that are relevant for other cities. So can you share how are you coping and what helps you there? Which values you rely on to survive and not to lose hope? And could you please share with us? Hello. I'm very grateful for your invitation. I believe that after the victory, all of us will retrospectively analyze what happened there, because it seems that we cannot yet reflect on everything that has happened that we have been doing, because I tried to recall that and I only remember 20% of that because it's ongoing. I understand what's happening at the city level, but what is happening at the central level, it's not possible to comprehend that. And if we speak about the city of Kyiv, I would divide that into two parts. From the 24th till late April, after orcs left the region, and what happened after that, because after the 24th, all Kyivites became IDPs. After the 24th of February, automatically everything closed down, the markets and shops and pharmacies, and I'm responsible for the social field, so I was shocked because I have 26 facilities that I'm responsible for, covering 3,000 people, and these are people with disabilities, children with disabilities, and because a social domain is mostly about women who have their children and who also had the right to be evacuated.
And I will tell you honestly that 98% of women remained in Kyiv. All of those. They visited people who live alone under shelling. They provided food to them. I remember those stories. One woman walked from the left bank to the right bank as an employee of the social service of the territorial center because there was no transport. This was what our women did. Why? Because men went to defend Kiev. And if we speak about values, this value of human life is there. And when you understand that grown up children abandoned elderly parents, or the parents refused to go, and the ambulance wouldn't arrive, or there was shelling. Those women came there, opened doors, called the police, called anyone, and there was curfew, if you remember, since 5 p.m. You couldn't move in the city after that. And if you think back to that, how we were relocating a mental boarding hospital from Pushchevodice right before a missile hit the place. It was clearly God who saved all of our centers, all of our adoptive families. These were women who stayed in Kiev and kept working. People were sitting in the metro, and psychological aid was self-organized, and people went down there to help others. There were strikes on heating enterprises. Women went there as well. So basically, men from the sector of housing, from transportation, went to the defense forces, or otherwise they went to war. And there was this story which I think I will never forget. Children with disabilities, we have a lot of them, 10,000 in Kiev. These are kids with cerebral palsy, the wheelchair users. We didn't have transport working, we started evacuation. When we opened the evacuation line, it basically died in 2 hours because we couldn't process this. I am very thankful to Ukrzaliznytsia, Ukrainian Railways, for those separate 10-car trains where they took those children, took them to a registration place, took them to the Polish city of Helm. And if a person stopped responding to questions what they needed, you knew things were going well. And I think a lot of people will remember this way later. And I think somebody will ask us for advice in those crisis situations. Who was making these decisions? There was the situation. You had no time to get meetings together to decide something. You made decisions very quickly. Let's get the bus, let's get those children, let's move them. It was very fast. So your belief in local self-government became even stronger, right? I believed that when there is a crisis, our people don't care whether it's national authorities, local authorities. If decisions are made, they don't argue. I believe that we can make decisions together in union, and this is effective. Our volunteers, our restaurants, our stores, which opened up markets and warehouses. They were running out in 2 or 3 weeks, and I needed to get people fed. It's a uniting story that is worth remembering. And there was a very different story after Russians left. There were completely new challenges. You understand, they are very new. What is the social sector in the local authorities? It is the Ministry of Veteran Affairs, the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Social Service Policy. All of this belongs to the social sector. And when you understand you have 100,000 military servants coming back, that's 300,000 people in Kiev who are connected one way or another, several 100,000 of IDPs and so on. And this is not about help. It is about the fact that the entire Ukraine is a vulnerable group today because people left their homes, they lost their homes a lot. They are in an unsafe situation. There are more opportunities in bigger towns and cities, but there are also more people. A lot of people did leave. We are now training psychologists. We are sending people to Poland for rehabilitation, but this is just a drop in the ocean. And we are just starting to work on this in the scope of Kyiv and of Ukraine in general. But if we speak about the value, if we are basing our decisions on value, no, when you do something with added value and then the person tells you thank you, and you understand this benefited the person, that is the value that you are working for. You don't need any kind of poems dedicated to you. It's just wonderful in itself. You understand that this is why you're doing this. But as for the uniting story of women, I will be honest with you. I had never seen a union of women like that before. For the sake of people, for the sake of families, even though each of them had their own family as well. We actually have very little time. Of course, all initiatives, all stories of local governments can have an entire Congress dedicated to them because every Hromada, every community is experience that is worth remembering, that is worth writing stories about. And I think at one point we will hold a separate Congress dedicated to the experience of local communities. Maybe we will write that experience down and children will think about it at some point. But today we will thank the representatives of our communities for their faith in people, faith in the Ukraine, and for the fact that they keep on believing, and even as they expect a whole new wave of problems, they still try to achieve something. We are very thankful to you, and we hope that the communication between communities, ministries, and various levels of the government will improve over time. Thank you very much for your work and for your faith. Thank you.
Спільне фото. Просять нас стати тут. Да.
Dear colleagues, welcome everyone. Once again, we continue this incredible meeting as part of Ukraine Women's Congress. And for the next half an hour, we are going to speak about a very important subject. We are going to speak about women, war, and media. This year, the Congress is dedicated to the subject of values. And I think I won't surprise you when I remind you that at this meeting, we are going to speak about the value of freedom, particularly freedom of speech. The value of high quality information which helps us make good informed decisions. First, I need to tell you who these people on the stage are, because we have been working for many hours so we can meet each other. I'm Irina Slavinska, I'm producer of Radio Culture, and next to me are two very experienced journalists who can best describe their first-hand experience with the state of affairs in the media and the role of women in media in the difficult wartime. On my right is Angelina Karyakin, general producer of Suspili Information Broadcasting, and on my left is Irina Zampan, journalist and military correspondent. My colleagues and I have been through a couple of wars, if we count this full-scale war in 2014 separately. Of course, a lot of things changed after the 24th of February 2022, but I guess we are going to start with the way we speak. I think we heard the phrase information front many times. A lot of people say things like work on the information front, but also I know that a lot of people say that we cannot call it information front because not the front is the rear. What is the phrase that you prefer? Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and for the question. You know, I guess we need to divide the situation before and after the 24th of February. Because before the 24th of February, after a business trip to the front line, I came back to civilian Kiev, to peaceful Kiev. I could relax. It was indeed the rear. I could go to the studio, I could record an interview, I could hold a live broadcast. And it was the rear, if we speak about the physical feeling. But after the 24th of February, those boundaries got erased. You don't feel safe on the front line. I mean, not necessarily on the very front line, but when you go in the southern direction to Kharkiv Oblast, to Donetsk Oblast, those boundaries got blurry for me. And my colleagues, military journalists, say the same thing. They say there is no longer a place where you can sort of switch off in Ukraine. I mean, that's why they come up with various retreats, and I'm very thankful to international partners, international colleagues who organize such retreats. So now I would say that this is all a front, absolutely. And the feeling of being in the rear when it's not there when you go to bed in Kiev. Thank you. Angelina, what about you? Of course, I feel that we are all doing the same thing, but I don't like this expression. I don't use it. First, I don't want to compare myself with people who are at war, actually. It is not just for no reason that there are people who are in the military, and there are also people who are in the media, who are journalists, and there are different rules for these two categories for a reason as well. So I don't really like this phrase, although I absolutely do feel that all of us living in Ukraine and even not in Ukraine, but staying Ukrainian, we are all working on our own front. There is a volunteer front, there is the medical front, and so on. But as a media worker, I don't really like this expression. And even if we work sitting in a bomb shelter, we can think about something like that. I will remind you that we are talking about the war through the lens of women's leadership in the media. There are a lot of women working in the media, there are about at least half of women in newsrooms, but usually more. They are wonderful professionals, work in various fields, but now we can speak about the absence of these peaceful newsrooms now. So I will ask a question based on the survey held by the Commission on Journalistic Ethics. They asked the employees of various newsrooms and asked them whether they have difficulties with covering subjects related to the war. And almost 60% of those surveyed said they do encounter problems. They spoke about difficulties while they are working on coverage of subjects related to the war. And I guess I will ask first part of this question to Angelina Karyakin as a person heading news on Suspilne. What are those challenges faced by journalists? Of course, there are problems. There are problems with access to information, problems with access to the front, to the full picture. On the one hand, it's fully clear. We all understand in the time of military censorship, there are certain restrictions, and there are restrictions imposed on us by this time, by the circumstances. But I think most of these restrictions have been approved as part of some big consensus between the media, the military, and the authorities in a certain form. For some people, it is the local authorities, for some, it is national authorities, representatives of designated ministries, and so on. Why am I speaking about the consensus? Because during the very first weeks of the war, we understood the price of working as we used to work before the invasion. We report that something happened. We work according to the standards of rapid coverage, full coverage, and so on. For example, when we report on the consequences of shelling, we see that the shelling is repeated, is more precise next time. So these restrictions came to us in through first-hand experience. On the other hand, there are other problems that are caused by the time and the circumstances. We have active hostilities going on. And if we imagine that all media had access to all areas of hostilities, that would be, well, that sounds very unlikely. We had difficulties, and we still have difficulties getting to the most active areas of hostilities. Now it is the Luhansk direction. Previously it was the southern direction. There was this whole story with accreditations withdrawn and then returned, and this attests to limitations and other problems that exist, but we can speak about it separately. At the same time, there are certain issues, and we have to tell the full story about Ukrainian losses. We cannot go to military hospitals. We understand that this cannot be provided, but all of this, on the one hand, complicates our work. On the other hand, we understand why. And on yet another side, the openness and accessibility of information in this war, of the Russian war in Ukraine, I think is unprecedented of the world, because even now, based on the numbers that were there in the summer, about 6,000 journalists from across the world had the armed forces accreditation, could end up somewhere in Ukraine. It is an unprecedented story, and even despite many restrictions, those accreditations are there, and there is still access to information in Ukraine.
Thank you. And I think that the next question I will address to Ms. Irina. So we met with Irina probably when you were a student and you immediately became war correspondent. And I learned from your work what's going on at the front line. And you also have this horizon about what happened and what has changed over the past 8 years. So what do you feel about these difficulties? I want to praise and criticize the organization Ministry of Defense about access to information, because I worked in the Ministry of Defense. I was the chief editor of Army FM, of the military radio, so I know this work from the inside as well. If we talk about praise, I know how my colleagues work in Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, or other hot spots. So, of course, there is no organization whatsoever, so they just go on their own personal guarantees. So they don't know if they are planning to come back. They are looking for some illegal ways to get there. They pay for the work of fixers. It's completely different in comparison to the processes which are organized here by the Ministry of Defense in Ukraine. There is some level of accreditation and so on. But if we talk about criticism, it is harder for us to get to certain hotspots immediately, or at least right after the fight. And what has changed with this multi-level accreditation, especially in the south? So probably we just they haven't checked our DNA, and that's the only thing they haven't checked. And so colleagues in internal chats, they are complaining. I'm not going to bring up the dirty laundry, but the situation is quite tense, especially with scandal with international journalists. It's a pity that Ukrainian journalists are not appreciated on the level of international journalists. At the same time, we understand that they show the situation in the country, in the world, and it's important, and that's the way how we get support and assistance. But we have this bitter aftertaste as if we are second-class citizens. We want to hear that it's not the way it is, and those people who were working with documentary, they are suffering because I want to to remember the words of Max Levin. And so because we have these press tours when you have like maximum 30 minutes, so people who work on documentaries, they are suffering because they need more time. If journalists that they want longer stories, I personally suffer because it's important for me to come to the position. I want to scan the field of work, guys and girls who are there, what they feel, what they went through, and only after that, having understood who can talk, whose story actually is worth the whole interview or the post in social media, or somebody can talk for an hour and people will watch that, but we are not given this time. And you are basically taken out of this environment too fast, and journalists are very smart people, and they're sly and ingenious, and we find the ways how to prevent this. So we use our own connections with commanders, and then we can work for like 1 to 3 days. But we work like spies, as if we are doing something illegal. And we feel that either we are going to be punished, or the commander who allowed that, or somebody else. So these are the difficulties, that you don't have enough time to see the real picture, because time is limited. Because this press officer has 10 groups, 8 of them are international, and 2 groups are Ukrainian. And another thing that I faced, and I want everyone to know about that, probably it's not surprising that President's office has favorite media, and that's what we experience. And what I hear quite often, the front line, that you cannot work every day. Only a certain TV channel has the right, or certain journalists have this right. And when you ask the press officer of operational commanders, like why not us, whether we are not professional, they say that it's not their decision, but this decision was made at the level of presidential office, and that's not fair, and we all need to be equal. These are the key aspects, so I don't want to talk about gender. Actually, I wanted to ask this question in 2022. We have unprecedented, even more in 2014. We have women voices who talk about the wars. So military correspondents who visit different regions to say to show what is going on. So how is a woman with a microphone and camera perceived in the war environment? I actually want to say that work or journalism, it's not just embedded to military. The majority of us and majority of Ukrainian journalists they don't work regularly with military, so of course there's permits and some comments. But mostly we work with local population, with civilians, and there are many nuances and many different aspects, including gender aspect. But gender aspect, even if we talk about military or civilians, and I think one quite obvious and superficial thing, but they trust women. It's easier for a woman. Of course, it depends on a woman. You mean that you are not you don't look scary? Yeah, a woman most probably will not be from some special services. There is certain cliché or stereotype. And so it is easier for women to make people talk. It's not the same with the military, but it's a separate topic for discussion. And now there are more women in the army, and the situation has changed since 2014, 2015. The situation was completely different. I was asked some absolutely crazy questions, like whether my husband allows me to go. Actually, they keep asking me this as well. Yes, you can hear questions like this, but it is different now, and it's more an exception. And women in journalism and women in the army, they are perceived differently. But of course, there are certain nuances. So when we talk about checkups, the blog posts, if they behave quietly, they are not checked as thoroughly. Sometimes women are perceived as volunteers. Some journalists were allowed to go through because they believed that they were locals. They were not hiding their reasons, but that's the reality. Yes, there is certain stereotype so that men are more of a threat. But it also depends on charisma, experience, and so on. I remember one discussion in 2016. One famous military person and former journalist told me, look, you're talking that women tour, they need to have the same rules and work on the same level as men. But as a commander, I say that a woman comes to take interview, and guys starts like just jump in the cars, they start shooting, they are starting to showing off. And if a woman comes to the front, woman distracts men from the front line. But is it a problem of a woman, or is it a problem of a man who are so easily distracted? So a woman went through certain levels of personal hell to get permit from her office and to prove in the office of media company that she is able to go to the front line and to make a story then so she needs to go through all this personal hell, and then they come to the position, and she needs to prove that, no, I didn't come to seduce you here, I just want to work with you. So we had this discussion, and then this person changed his opinion, I know for sure. But yes, many commanders, they didn't allow to come because they say that you have operator and journalist, these are women, and they will take you, they will start like shooting in the air, like we don't need this. But it's not about women who come to work there, but we can work with that. The more women are in both professions or in all the possible professions, so it works better. And then, yeah, then if there are many women, you are not perceived as like some weird creature. I have negative experience. I don't want to repeat what has been said. I felt all of this that Angelina described. But for example, if you want to get access or to do the tasks, to go with the military to come closer to the position, to the Russian position, or for example, at night there was a breakthrough and you want to get there, what you hear, that's like, does your husband allow you to do something like this? And then how will I forgive myself in my position if a beautiful woman is injured or killed there, and you don't understand if you are not allowed because you are beautiful, or is it just that dangerous that no journalist should not be allowed there? And that's a different discussion about being beautiful, about a man or a woman. And it's really exhausting because you came there as a professional. You came there because you respect their work and you want to make some material about that. I work mostly with the military. I have only few stories about civilians, so I mostly work with the military. And the army is still very sexist. And after all these discussions, and you don't want to do anything, you just want to go home, cook borscht, where they keep telling you to do. But you are trying to prove you make good material, and then again you hear that no, it's not a place for a woman at war. But if we talk about treating female soldiers, I came back from Kharkiv direction. That was my recent trip, and I heard a lot that women are not allowed to the front line because different reasons. And I heard stories like this. I asked commanders about the reasons, and there are no answers. And of course, we know that some women were taken away from the front line, and some women said that, like, I will not leave this position, you can only carry me out, and these women stayed, but some women, they were taken away from there. And now I ask commanders, for example, planning a trip, and I ask a commander, do you have women in combat positions? And the answer is no, like we have none left, as if they ran away, or as if they asked to be taken out from here. On the one hand, it's like it was some kind of unspoken order, but then commanders of lower level, they have an impression that there are no women at the front line, and it's really bad situation. So we are asked to finalize our discussion, but I will ask a short question. But I think that in this story that we heard from Irina and Helena, so the more we share stories about women at war in different roles, so then probably more people will hear that these women do exist. And I want to bridge the previous topic about local authorities And if we talk about Suspilla, so we have cooperation with the network of regional correspondents, and they faced all these challenges of military time. And maybe Angelina, you can say a few words about our colleagues in regions. I was listening to the previous panel. It was really interesting because the way how people are fighting in the region on local levels, and sometimes local authorities, how they're fighting, it is it is known what's happening to heads of communities if they stay and try to fulfill their duties. There are many women, and many women they were punished for this. For example, the head of Motesian woman, she was tortured and killed together with her family just because she stayed in her village and helped people. And there are many people in Kherson region like this. And we haven't heard all the stories yet, but also many local journalists, they stay in their communities and they keep working. And for public broadcaster and Ukrainian society overall, it's a great asset because any like and if you have invasion from like different directions, you cannot send groups from the center everywhere. But we pay attention that we need to have journalists not only on regional level, but for example, we had a wonderful journalist in Kupiansk, in Ohtyrka, in other town in Ichnya district. Even it was difficult for Chernihiv journalists. It was difficult to reach this territory. That was the key story for us, for all of us. The way how we could receive information. So when we asked how you survive as media people, as society, I just understand that we need to explain to people that Ukraine is a big country, and decentralization and diversification of the resources and assets, that's like very important, not only for public broadcaster, but we are all moving people from one city to another with all these power outages, not only because of security, and we need to keep receiving information locally, because for journalists, if you are not there, what moral right do you have to tell that story if you don't see it with your own eyes? And that's why we're here, and that is why we are talking about women leadership in media during the war. And thank you very much. I want to thank you for this conversation, and we talked to the military and so thank you very much for joining us, and we're giving the floor to the next panel.
Друзі, продовжуємо, поки у нас є час і унікальна.
And now we continue while we have the time and unique opportunity to talk to guests of the 6th Ukrainian Women's Congress. And I'm happy to welcome another guest, Regional Director for Eurasia NDI, Dr. Eva Busche, with us.
Thank you.
Great to be here.
Oh, great. Now I hear you, so we can start. So, as you know, Ukrainian women now demonstrate resilience and leadership during the large-scale war in Ukraine. You know, they fight on the front line and in the rear. They organize humanitarian support, keep running their businesses, start with a social and rehabilitation project. What is your impression about Ukrainian women? What inspires you maybe the most?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to join this important Congress. And I'm really honored to be in the company of such dynamic and impressive women. And I'm thrilled that NDI, my organization, can contribute to the discussion. But to go specifically to your question, I was just in Kiev last week, and I had the opportunity to meet with a number of our partners who are women. I also met with my staff in country who are Ukrainian women. In addition, since February, I've been meeting with women leaders who are coming to DC to talk to policymakers about Ukraine's needs. So my impressions are based on all of these experiences. Ukrainian women are fearless. They're passionately committed to Ukraine and to democracy. They are strong, they are rational, they want a better future for their children, and they will fight for it. They understand that this fight could be very difficult, but they've made the assessment that it's worth it. They are ready for whatever challenge comes their way. The women I met are all finding ways to help the war effort, whether that is through volunteering, to help people in the community, finding ways to help soldiers at the front, taking care of the most vulnerable, or lobbying international states to continue to help Ukraine. This is what I find so inspiring. They are not and will not give up.
You're very brave woman, I should say. But can you tell me, please, how you think women's leadership matters today? Today in Ukraine, please share your thoughts on how women influence and change our societies.
Thank you. Well, women's leadership today is critical. And in a country like Ukraine, where the percentage of the female population is about 54%, as compared to 46% men, it's essential that women's needs and views are represented. Research shows that women's leadership style has certain characteristics that are particularly important for the flourishing of an innovative democracy. According to surveys and research, women are more likely than men to be open to new ideas and other people's opinions. They tend to build consensus and pay attention to people's needs. They are more likely to adopt a democratic or participatory style of decision-making. Women are also more likely to understand and incorporate into policy-making the needs of women. So if the state is to be representative, we need women in leadership who will articulate the preferences and needs of a majority of the population. Research also suggests that organizations that have diverse leadership fare better over time than those that have homogeneous leadership. This is true for both political organization and economic organization. Women bring different perspectives and points of view that enhance decision-making. Research in the private sector suggests that firms with more women in leadership roles are more profitable, and that the stocks of companies led by women outperform those companies led by men. As we look to the future, to Ukrainian reconstruction and rebuilding, the transformational leadership style of women will be critical to meeting the many challenges that the country will face and will help the country stay on a democratic path that will prioritize transparency, inclusion, accountability, and social cohesion.
Actually, now, question about challenges. As you know, women's leadership has to be supported, especially in such extraordinary time, like now in Ukraine. What are the key programs of the National Democratic Institute of Support of Women, both, I mean, in Ukraine and the worldwide? What will contribute to promoting democracy and human rights?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Very important. Well, women's political participation is at the forefront of my organization, NDI's work in Ukraine and in the broader Europe and Eurasia region. And our work is based on the idea that barriers to women's participation, the challenges that you mentioned, exist at three levels: the individual, the institutional, and the social cultural. And so our activities in our program countries are aimed at dismantling these barriers at all three levels. So, for example, at the individual level, we find that politically qualified women sometimes don't recognize their own qualifications or talents. So we organize trainings, workshops, and mentoring programs to help them make the decision to seek political engagement. At the institutional level, political parties, legislatures, and political life in general is not always welcoming to women. So we work with existing political leaders to help them understand the benefits of gender equality and to break down some of these institutional barriers to women's participation. Finally, at the sociocultural level, our partners work with the media and conduct advocacy campaigns to break down barriers to women's political participation at the societal level. An event like this Congress, which we are proud to support, is an example of an activity working at all three levels, building the capacity of individual gender equality activists, creating a welcoming space for politically active women, and changing the narrative about the role of women in public life.
It is a great honor to hear you, to see you, and I want to say thank you for your help and for helping of my country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Друзі, директорка з питань Євразійського регіону.
So, Regional Director for Eurasia NDI, Dr. Eva Busche, another incredible guest of our event.
Шановні гості,
Dear guests, please join our panel discussion that we are launching now. This is going to be a challenging topic. We are going to speak about women and human rights and the war. I believe they are antonymous words. Olga Stefanishenko, the vice prime minister who has participated in this congress, has mentioned that during the war, the Ukrainian women have learned the names of all kinds of weapons. And unfortunately, among the weapons that are used against the civilians, that's sexual violence as well. That's a terrible weapon of the aggressor aimed at humiliation, at preventing human development and killing an individual's hope for the better. And this is something that we're going to discuss today at the panel discussion with Alexandra Matvichuk, head of the Center for Civil Liberties. She will join us online. Marina Bardina, member of parliament of Ukraine. Christina Kit, lawyer, head of NGO Ukrainian Women Lawyers Eurofim. Viktor Musyak, prosecutor of the Department of Procedural Management of the General Prosecutor's Office. Sorry, I made your title shorter. Alexander Kononenko, representative of the Commissioner for Human Rights of Ukraine in the system of security and defense sector bodies. Ms. Olga Vazovska, chair of the board of the public network Opora. She will join us online. And Oksana Makarova, ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary of Ukraine to the US, who will also join us online. I now see Alexandra Matvichuk. Can you hear us? Good evening, and thank you for joining, but we don't hear you. Good evening. Can you hear me now? Yes, we do. Alexandra? So when we speak about this terrible crime against humanity as sexual violence, it is so important, and maybe actually the only thing that could serve as compensation to some extent for those men and women who experienced that terrible event, that would be bringing the perpetrators to justice. So we need to be realistic. We understand that we cannot catch and punish every single of them, but at least the majority of those who committed crimes against humanity in Ukraine, in particular sexual crimes, that how to develop the system to bring them all to justice, to punish them all. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's my great honor to speak at this panel discussion and to think about these challenging issues that are not just questions for reflections, but that require strategies to be implemented, because the Center for Human Liberty, for Civil Liberties that I represent, and a number of other human rights organizations, they have come together as an initiative, tribunal for Putin, and for this 8 or now 9 months of the full-scale Russian aggression, we have documented more than 24,000 of episodes of crimes of war all over the country. That's huge if you think about that, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. Russian troops target schools and residential houses, preschool facilities, hospitals. They attack evacuation corridors. They coordinate the filtration camp system. They forcibly deport people. And of course, we register cases of homicide, of torture, kidnapping, sexual violence as well, applied to civilians in occupied territories. And the question that you have asked has no straightforward answer, because now we encounter the issue that we refer to as a gap of responsibility. The national system is overloaded, overwhelmed with the huge number of crimes of war of Russia. The ICC will only focus on some specific criminal cases. And then the practical question is, who will give a chance for justice to hundreds of thousands of people who have suffered the war crimes, who have fell victims? And there we need to have a comprehensive justice strategy, focusing on enhancing activities of ICC, enhancing the national judicial system, how to develop the new mechanisms, a joint investigative team, for example, so that they could collect evidence not only in their countries but in the scene in Ukraine directly, and how to apply the mechanism of universal jurisdiction in other countries, and how to create new additional international mechanisms to cover this gap of responsibility.
And here we speak about a special tribunal on aggression, which is currently promoted by Ukraine, and about an international hybrid mechanism, an international tribunal on war crimes or crimes against humanity and genocide, which would be sort of inoculation for the national system to be able to answer this question and give everyone a chance to justice. Thank you very much, Alexandra. I hope that this chance for justice will be used. But it is obvious that Ukraine cannot handle this alone, and Ukraine shouldn't have to handle this alone, because this is a crime against humanity. But even if we go to the practical level, Ukrainian courts will be overloaded. Anyway, they were overloaded even before the full-scale war. Shevchenkivsky district court took over 100 days to rule on a simple civil case like a divorce. So we really needed comprehensive international support, particularly in the sector of crimes against humanity and war crimes committed by Russians in Ukraine. I hope we will be able to speak about this with Oksana Markarova, who is supposed to join us online as well. Let's see if we have her with us. Oksana, are you with us? Yes, I am here. Thank you for joining us. We are speaking about the possible role of our partners, and the United States is one of Ukraine's main partners in this war. In the process of prosecution for crimes and restoring justice, as well as observing human rights, particularly women's rights, during this war. What do you see this role as? Thank you. I think we can fortunately speak not only about what this role may be, but what this role has been, because since the first days of Russia's newly full-fledged attack against us, the United States have been helping us a lot in restoring justice. It is indeed a complicated subject. It is very multifaceted. The first point is prevention. That is, how can we prevent violence during the war as much as possible, including violence against women, but also against civilians at large. That includes humanitarian aid, evacuation, etc. The second point is collecting evidence and assistance with the investigation. And there we have several institutionalized resources working on this today. The first one, our joint Ukraine-American track, is the so-called Atrocity Crimes Advisory Group, which is headed by Berwan Scott as the specialized ambassador on issues of criminal justice, who essentially coordinates all issues of cooperation with Ukraine in the State Department, as well as all issues related to documentation and investigation of crimes. The second question, and this is a very active cooperation, this, by the way, very active cooperation with the Office of Prosecutor General. The second point that needs to be mentioned is the Conflict Observatory. This is again meant for documentation of war crimes, as well as relevant studies. For example, recently experts of this group have published a comprehensive report on filtration operations, evidence of Ukrainians' deportation, and this database will only grow. And the third one is the Department of Justice. It is actively involved in assisting us in this. And in the Department of Justice, we actually have a separate section which will be headed by Ellie Rosenbaum, and also has a good meaning, like a special meaning, because Ilya Rosenbaum is a prosecutor working on Nazi crimes in the US, even after all those years. And now, if we look at the current war, there is hardly a single war crime or crime against humanity that has not been committed. And the United States has a department that works specifically on that, which is also a powerful signal and it's also very helpful. The Prosecutor General has recently been here. There was a memorandum of cooperation signed. I will not be speaking about this in detail. We have a representative in the PGO who will tell you more about this. But the most important thing that needs to be mentioned is that the United States is very clearly focused on assistance to Ukraine in all the facets of this work that needs to be done. First is recording the investigation. Second is assistance in our national criminal cases, which are open, as well as cases of other countries. I won't list you all 10 countries, but 10 have launched their own criminal proceedings. And of course, this is an issue of a special tribunal, which we are currently actively lobbying, advocating. It will not replace the other measures that are being carried out now, but it will supplement them. Essentially, we need to understand that achieving justice is not just the issue that the victims need. It is a very important element of our victory. President Zelensky, when he recently spoke in front of G20, said very clearly that it is an important and mandatory element of our victory, because it will not only help to restore justice as much as possible, it's also a very strong safeguard against something like this happening again. So it is basically a very important point of restoring international law, because we're saying that it is not just those who commit those horrible crimes that have to be brought to justice, but to everyone who started this war, both now and back in 2014. Orders, those who issued orders, those who made decisions in the very beginning, to illegal annexations, to absolutely all decisions, and that includes leadership of Russia, including Putin. So this is a very powerful tool for restoration of the global safety system. So today, Ukrainian women who are not just very much affected, not just by war crimes. Let's not forget about almost 10 million women, actually over 10 million women now, who have children, those who have relocated, who are either away from home or even abroad, or those who cannot provide medical care or education or basic needs for their children. All those millions of civilians, especially women, are affected by this war. Their rights need to be restored and justice needs to be achieved. And of course, we need to discuss the future restoration, which will also have a women's face in the future. Thank you very much, Oksana, for finding the time to join us. Oksana Markarova, Ambassador Extraordinary Plenipotentiary of Ukraine in the United States, has been with us. And you know, when we are speaking about justice, I think back to the fact that leaders of the Nazi regime who were convicted in the Nuremberg trial, those who were executed, they were burned in the Dachau burners, and I think this was very symbolic, and something similar has to happen to the leaders of the Russian regime. From this international level, let's go back to the Ukrainian level. I would like to speak to Marina. How do the legislators and legislation respond to this unprecedented challenge faced by the country, to this violation of people's rights and women's rights in particular? Good evening, everyone. First, I would like to congratulate the organizers of the Congress on the Congress happening. I think it is evidence that we Ukrainians will live on as planned and no enemies can ruin the goals that we have set for ourselves. So thank you for your courage. As for legislative work, there is a temporary investigative commission organized in the parliament. It does not take over more functions than we can take on by law. It is not the SBU, it is not the it's not any kind of other investigative agency, but somehow we have more women in this commission, and we are thinking about legislation. No one will look at the global experience and at countries that have been through global conflicts. You can see that legislative work in the sector of remedy to victims of sexual violence during the war was provided 5, 10, 15 years after the war was over. If we look at Croatia, at Kosovo, Bosnia and Herzegovina, whose experiences we studied, and I think it may be correct considering their experience, but at the same time, to be fair to our willingness to help, it would be great to make sure this legislation can be adopted for Ukraine quicker. There is a certain draft law that has been developed. We are currently at the consulting stage with various stakeholders, including law enforcement agencies, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, civil society organizations, international organizations, which are also curious about providing a tool of support to people affected by sexual violence. And due to the subject being very sensitive, and since it is very hard to document it, although I have to thank law enforcement agencies that a lot has been not documented. And also I would like to thank and point out NGOs which work very actively, even though they don't always have access to the site of the crime. So again, despite the sensitivity of this subject, in some countries the affected persons were ready to come and share their experience in a certain amount of years later. In Ukraine, it is already happening. So I think as of today we have enough people, even if that's 1, 2, or 3 people, they already require governmental aid that the government can provide. This includes financial compensation. It is obvious to everyone that Russia will pay reparations to us at a certain point, but now we have to raise funds, cooperate with international partners, in particular in order to already support those people who have been affected. The state has to provide free medical treatment of physical trauma and provide mental aid as well. I think these are key things, the fact that the state is capable and what it can do already. If we look at the special commission established in Kosovo, for example, in the first year of its work, 1,500 people who call themselves people affected by rape approached the commission. 90% received a positive finding from the commission, but only 10 rulings were made in court. Alexander Matvichuk has mentioned that the judicial system is already very overloaded, and we wouldn't want people to have to wait for those sentences for years. We would like to find a mechanism, a way to support them already or in the near future. So we are working on this initiative in the parliament. And I think a very important strategy existing in the Prosecutor General's office is something that should also be part of this global strategy. We need to be moving in the united front because we can unite people and share the experience they have back at the end of cooking. At the end of it all, we have the same goal. It is to bring the perpetrator to justice for the gravest war crimes. You know, I think war crimes can be different, but things that we are going through in Ukraine, they are absolutely the gravest. And I also think that the subject of sexual violence is something very strong, meaning you need really tough communication in order to achieve the international tribunal, because all those crimes are grave crimes, but sexual crimes have their own peculiarities. So that's the stage of work that we are currently at. And I hope that at the next Congress we will already be discussing the results of this legislation. Thank you, Marina. You mentioned that, according to the experience of Kosovo, only 10 cases ended up in courts, but this process of cases ending up in courts has its own peculiar nature. We're going to speak with Victor about this. I work in a newsroom, and before the war, we regularly had stories about women who approached law enforcement after experiencing sexual violence, and watching those stories, I understood why women approach the police so rarely. It is a highly bureaucratic process. It is the 9 circles of evil. You have to share your stories, and you have to go to a different room and reshare the same story. You put a paper in the wrong place. You have to go to a different office, grab the same paper. Women shared absolutely horrifying stories of sexual violence they experience. So my question is, how should we build this procedure now, when there is an unprecedented number of women who are facing sexual violence? Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to answer your question about how the work is built today. Because what you said indeed used to happen, but we have moved away from that practice. And I want to confirm what my colleague here said about the fact that we indeed have a unique case when war crimes are already being recorded. And this is happening as the aggression continues. Indeed, when we've faced situations of sexual crimes, and when we faced those horrifying crimes after liberation of certain territories of Ukraine, we saw that there were multiple crimes like that. They were systematic. The Office of the Prosecutor General could not help but respond to that situation. A special directorate was established in the office. And as recently as November 25th, the commander signed an order for 21-23, which will now account for a new section in the law on the victim-oriented approach in communication with victims of sexual violence in a military conflict, as well as the use of witness-oriented approach. These approaches are based on standards established by the Murat Code. What does this strategy involve? The fact that we are implementing it means basically that we are already implementing it. This includes trainings, for example. We prepare people who will handle these issues. It is a painful issue. It is a pain point for society. It requires knowledge and skills. So we also encourage our workers who work on pretrial investigations to undergo trainings just like judges do. Another factor is the introduction of specialization in the investigation of this category of crimes in prosecution. So only specific prosecutors and only specific law enforcement officials will be able to carry out pretrial investigation, and only those prosecutors will be able to carry out procedural support.
And probably it's not a secret because we communicate with civil society organizations, and one of the effective aspects of our activity of crimes like this, so that's like the work of specialized group with prosecutors of Prosecutor General Office, local prosecutors, and also their international experts, the inspectors of pretrial investigation, and what is more important, psychologists, because this is a sensitive group of victims. And I would like to say that the visits of these groups, so we can establish personal communication on their territories, and this way we can find out about certain crimes. Also, I would like to say that, again, answering your question, when we find out about cases like this, our questions of sexual violence victim, it doesn't sound about what and how and tell us a story. The very first question to this person is, how can we help you? Of course, we register this case, and of course we collect data, but at the same time we collect the list of needs, because the victim needs to understand that they are protected, that it's not just interrogation and send this case to court and to have some medical checkup, but also they need to know that we can assist. And that's why we cooperate with civil society organizations and different state organizations, and we formulate this list of needs, and we are trying to help, and we do help. So I would like to emphasize that the approach has been changed. We are working, and I'm sure we'll have some results. What number of cases like this are we talking about? More than 100 crimes, more than 100 cases. We are working on them. We are collecting evidence. We are looking for evidence to bring perpetrators to justice. Unfortunately, 100, that's just a drop in the ocean. Of course, we have limited time, and I will not explain how we organize our work, but we find cases when we have these visits. We do it systematically, and we cooperate with all law enforcement institutions, and we engage all other necessary people for that. If we talk about violence against women, sexual violence, so immediately we think about rape. And we think that all sexual violence equals rape, and all violation of rights of women equals rape. But I believe that Christina Kidd doesn't agree with that, and she will give us more details about what type of violence women face. And if we talk about sexual violence, is it just rape? Thank you for your question. When we talk about sexual violence as a war crime or a crime against humanity, of course, these crimes of the citizens of the Russian Federation towards not only women, but men, the elderly, and children. And as you noted correctly, this is not just rape, these are different types of sexual violence. And this year we made a presentation because Global Survivors Fund, this organization which helps victims of sexual violence, so they organized the survey to check about reparation for victims of sexual violence in 2014, 2015, and there was an interview with victims, and they say that the most popular form was about sexual torture. For example, they were forced to watch sexual violence towards members of family or children, and rape comes not as the most popular type. And it's very important for us to identify other types of sexual violence, because so how to work with rape, it is a more known form, and but these are not the most widespread crimes. And when we talk about sexual violence, conflict-related sexual violence, we have different challenges. So we as YourFam, since April, we have a group of lawyers who are providing legal assistance to those who are ready to come to law enforcement. We help them with documents, and we provide them assistance if they want to report the crime against them. But at the same time, we work with prosecutors' office and our colleagues from parliament and government, and we discuss together those challenges which are connected not only with victims who are not ready to talk about the violence that they went through, but also challenges with our whether we have enough competences and our capability to talk to victims. For example, providing confidentiality to those who are ready to speak up, and how we can guarantee that, whether we have enough of legal framework, whether there are gaps, how we can improve it. Also challenges connected with the fact that sexual violence, there are no so how we can deliver that, it doesn't matter how much time passed, they can always report it and ask for help. Also, we have a challenge of different social services, because we as lawyers and also our colleagues from law enforcement system, they know that victims will not come to us for help, and they will not share their story if they are not provided health and psychological system, and also economic system, because they will not report the crime if they don't have means for existence. And you know that the Office of Vice Prime Minister of EU integration, and also from the UN, so they signed a memorandum on common actions on protecting the rights of victims, and together with all partners, we have been working on implementation plan on this memorandum. What it means that as of now we have a roadmap, and us, I mean the government and different organizations, and where we have gaps, and what we can do to cover these gaps, and to provide justice and assistance to conflict-related sexual violence. But there is another aspect as well. We talk about women and human rights during the war, and also women also go through sexual violence which is not conflict-related, because sexual harassment, rape, and all other forms of sexual violence which is committed at the rare, it also happens. IDPs, women who live in their communities, they can be victims of sexual violence as well. And we shouldn't focus only on conflict-related sexual violence. And we need to remember whether we protect security to those women who face sexual violence which is not connected to military conflict, and whether we have enough mechanism to do so. Because maybe, I'm sure you heard as well, there are cases of sexual harassment of women. There were cases in Kiev, and we have 4 cases like this, when girls they reported the sexual sexual violence in metro, but this crime was qualified as hooliganism rather than sexual crime, and which has its consequences. So when we talk about sexual violence as conflict related, yes, we have strategy of communication and we are developing legislation and so on, but there are different types of sexual violence towards women. And we have commitments which we took on ourselves by ratifying the Istanbul Convention. So it came into action in November, and we need to remember that we took on this responsibility to implement this mechanism to protect women from all types of violence. And we need to see what we have here, whether we have enough norms of criminal and criminal procedural laws to help women who became victims of sexual violence, including sexual violence through the internet. There are certain cases. For example, if we talk about human rights defenders and lawyers who speak out, but we don't have a clear mechanism how to punish perpetrators who use sexual violence through the internet and social media. And that's what we need to work on. I know that there was a working group in the government about implementation of Istanbul Convention norm, but it's only the beginning. And I know that every year Ukrainian Women's Congress has some resolution based on the Congress, and we talk about the need to ratify Istanbul Convention. But now probably we need to work on implementation on the norms of Istanbul Convention to provide protection to the victims of sexual violence, whether it's conflict related or not, because it is about values. And I believe that based on my personal feelings, if we talk about sexual violence towards women, we still live in these stereotypes, even towards women who experience sexual violence, even towards women, even if that was sexual violence of Russian soldiers, and women are asked, why didn't you leave this community? Why didn't you protect yourself? And today we talk about values during the war, and I think that we need to ask ourselves who we are. How long are we going to tolerate sexual violence, not only from Russian Federation, but also we have sexual violence which comes from our citizens who live in our country. It is about values, and we need to ask ourselves how we can work on this more and more to eradicate this type of violation of human rights. Thank you very much, Christina. I think everything that you mentioned, all the mechanism and all those visions that we still need to have to overcome or at least decrease the amount of sexual violence in the area. But it can happen after we have some shift. And this crime will stop being stigmatized, because we still live in society, because when we hear it's your fault, you are wearing the wrong skirt, or why were you walking in the dark street, even though we know that it's only the fault of the perpetrator. So there is no factor which can prove that that was the fault of the victim. Now I have a question to Mr. Alexander. So now the ombudsman's role is probably is like one of the most important roles in the country, taking into account the scale. So as the scale of violation of human rights is so huge, so what tools does the Ombudsman's office have, and so that we can coordinate these actions on working with this? First of all, thank you very much for inviting me and the possibility to speak during this panel. I would like to say that the law about Ombudsman's office, about control on protecting human rights, so it doesn't allow to work during it doesn't limit our activity, and we participate in 3 interagency commissions. That's a coordination office of prisoners of war, then interagency commission on recognition of persons who were in prison during the Russian aggression, and also interagency working group on sexual violence. And as a part of all these working groups, I can say that our office is actively engaged, and I can present certain results. If we talk about prisoners of war, so 1,308 military and civilians were freed, and 76 women. If we communicate to women, and if we ask about violating their rights and freedom, which we collect while they were captured, so we registered facts of sexual violence, and I totally agree with the previous speaker about the types of sexual violence. Unfortunately, they are quite varied, and Russia, they have different approaches. For example, the case in Kherson, so in torture chamber, in the same room, there were men and women. And also, when we had one exchange, when our 108 women were coming back, they were military and civilians. So the Russian side, they used trucks to deliver them. And so men are usually delivered by comfortable buses. And you can see it on the internet, and it's all recorded. But situation changed, and at least they are trying to follow certain standards. Also, I would like to emphasize that the position Ombudsman's office about priority on about if we follow the Geneva Conventions, so women have to be first military women, and also civilian women who were illegally captured. And this is a priority. Then wounded, sick, and they need to come back. But unfortunately, the Russian side, they don't follow these international conventions, which they ratified as well. If we talk about sexual violence itself, during interviewing our citizens, and I mean, like when we were interviewing them to collect data about violating rights and freedoms, and they say that they know these facts about certain people who they were together with, but for us, it is important to know that these facts happen, and then, of course, law enforcement institutions, they have all the tools to investigate. And also, I want to draw your attention to certain limitations when we talk about information. And journalists in the previous panel, they mentioned that sometimes we are not allowed to publish all the information about prisoners of war, and we, of course, we cannot prohibit to talk about certain topic, and but this position is not to harm those citizens who are still captured. So we need to talk about captured civilians, attitude to our prisoners of war, military violation of Geneva Conventions. But if people give interviews, so we ask them not to give any details. I don't want to use this word, but like not to go into details about treating certain person while they were captured. So they need to say that Russian Federation, they don't follow certain standards, and what is happening with Ukrainian citizens, that's really a terrible situation. If we talk about civilians and women, they should not be captured, but based on the Fourth Geneva Convention, they need to be freed immediately. And here, the Russian Federation, they have hybrid approaches. They turn all our citizens into criminals. They immediately present certain accusations. For example, they committed crime of resisting special operation or providing the armed forces of Ukraine. So this very unclear approaches for patriotic citizens of Ukraine.
Those citizens who comply with their duties, while on the other side apply hybrid approaches to our citizens. And actually our civilians, including women, they are seen as criminals or perpetrators by Russian authorities, and that complicates the process of negotiations to liberate the civilians. And also the category of civilians and women is the most vulnerable one in the context of protection of their rights, social and economic rights. Service persons, to a greater extent, are protected by the state while doing their service. They are protected by their military institutions because they have the respective payments and they have access to social and economic services, rehabilitation and treatment. While for civilians, they avoid liberating them when they are held in captivity, and sometimes people suffer because they are fired while they are in captivity, and there are challenges regarding their further rehabilitation. And now we have now the Ministry of Health is actively engaging to restore this justice for civilians and above all for women. So all in all, the Ombudsperson's Secretariat is trying to implement all the functions that delegated to us by the Parliament and the government, and we hope that we are living up to those expectations, above all protecting civilians and women. I believe it is not only about the hope, but this is about the need, what the Ukrainian state can offer to people who suffered violence is protection and recovery. And now let's move from the national level to the international one. Let's talk about International Tribunal to Ms. Iva Zovska. She's with us online. She's actively advocating this aspect of International Tribunal. So good evening, Olga. So hello, we can hear you now. We are speaking about the International Tribunal to investigate crimes against humanity. So when can it be created and what's the problem there? Is it just about some bureaucratic issues, or is some component lacking without which the tribunal would not be possible? The component is lacking, and that's common sense. I mean, the aspect of sustainable peace, which is only possible where the aggressor country and the leaders of the country as the major actors in this process, when they are punished. And that is why all the colleagues mentioned crimes of war, war crimes and crimes against humanity. I will focus on the act of aggression as a crime against peace. After the Second World War, it is referred to as an act of aggression. Since ICC cannot here, because of some formal reasons, the statute and the specifics of decision-making on condemning states and leaders of the state who initiate the aggression. So us, Ukraine, the society, the state that is now actively promoting the idea of a special tribunal, we have this actual objective which is to use all the positive, all the political levers in order to come up with the decision on the tribunal from the potential participants, parties to the process, those who would like to join the process, where they understand that neither the Russian Federation nor Putin or other leaders of Russia, that they will no longer be able to preserve their facade. Not because the aggressive crime, the act of aggression has started, and it started back in 2014 with illegal aggression of the Crimea, annexation of the Crimea, but also because after the 24th of February, the scale of the war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the facts of genocide became unacceptable for any kind of diplomatic track or political dialogue. And thus, we have not that many options. After the Second World War, after the new reality in the context of the immense scale of the global tragedy, the societies and the prevailing countries developed a consensus on provisions of the international law on coexistence of states and communities. And now we also need to come up with a mechanism that will make it possible to bring to justice, to start the proceedings against those who have diplomatic immunity, because Vladimir Putin, even though we do not recognize the latest elections as free and fair, however, he formally has the representative mandate. He is the president of the Russian Federation, and for that tribunal to be established, we have just several mechanisms. That is the United Nations, but the UN Security Council, this is the list of countries without which no practical decisions are possible. So we understand that even if we could somehow eliminate the Russian Federation from there, because actually this is about the conflict of interest. Russia is the aggressor country. However, there is China as well, and obviously they are not going to vote to support this establishment of the special tribunal. And we can continue this difficult dialogues on the UN reform, but there is little promise for us there. And actually, there is the mechanism for the European region, and that is the European Union on the Council of Europe, which can help us to start on this track to set up this alliance and bilateral agreements between the state of Ukraine and the European Union or the Council of Europe. And also, based on bilateral agreements, it's possible that the countries that support us will join. And I do hope that the US will be one of those countries. And though, unfortunately, the history of the US in various conflicts also makes it sensitive for them. So sometimes the states have to make their decisions by yielding their own interests to avoid setting up the alliance of some Eastern Oriental countries that could come up with the idea of this tribunal against the US. So this alliance, it's possible that Canada, Japan will join the J7 countries that support us. But what do we need there? Obviously, the term of the political will is very ambiguous. In the near future, there will be high-level meetings of G7, and we do hope that from debates and discussions on the necessity of launching the tribunal, that this alliance of countries will come up with practical solutions. But when we ask them about what are the reservations against setting up the tribunal, well, those are legal aspects, for example, looking for some specific solutions to unblock the approach to the concept of crime as an act of aggression in ICC, or is this about political arguments? And often they tell us that international law is rather about politics, not so much about the law. So for this tribunal to be set up, we need significant pressure and unity of all the stakeholders, the states, political circles, and the civil society. And also thinkers, those who understand that the historical role of this war in the 21st century in the midst of Europe that this page will not be turned until we bring them to justice. When we talk to the survivors, because the civil society is actively documenting and pre-documenting crimes of war, they're collecting the data. So me, as a person who contributed to establishment of the Center for Pre-Documenting in the EU in Warsaw in Poland, where we have the greatest number of refugees, I'm shocked with people's reactions, because often survivors or victims don't know that they're victims. Terrible enough. They are sure that the war is the situation where murder, torture, and degrading treatment, that's normal. They do not understand that historically, after the Second World War, when 75 million people died all over the world, and 10 million of them in Ukraine, that certain rules of war were developed, and now they are violated on the daily basis, starting with that this aggression is unprovoked, and down to how systemically they apply war crimes and crimes against humanity in order to undermine the resistance in the Ukrainian society. That is why it is so important that the state explained it to the Ukrainian society and to the citizens who maybe do not have some legal awareness, to explain what the crimes are and why rules of war cannot be violated even under these circumstances. And just to wrap up about the sustainable peace, several years ago I explored various international and domestic conflicts, and the problem is that there is no sustainable war without justice. None of the parties will ever accept victory or the loss unless the legal proceedings are completed. And when we speak about the number of victims, because now based on UN statistics, it is quite insignificant, because when the prosecutor's office announced that there are 45,000 criminal proceedings, UN said that there are 7,000 of victims of the armed aggression after the 24th of February. And that's not normal. Globally, the number of survivors includes not only those who lost homes, who were wounded or who lost lives, but also those generations that became mentally sensitive because of the armed aggression. In North Ireland, and I explored that conflict deeply there, well, that was about the generation whose parents fell victim of the conflict. And again, now the crimes that can be proven, it is easier to prove. This is the act of aggression, crime of aggression. And this is about the right of Ukraine to recovery and reparations for Ukrainian citizens and financial support for those generations of Ukrainians who fell victim of the aggression. The Russian Federation needs to be punished by establishing requirements to the next generations of leaders of that country within the respective boundaries, and they need to financially compensate for those atrocities committed in Ukraine. Our citizens require not only decisions of courts, even though the demand for justice is the highest. It's not about imprisoning certain perpetrators, but this is about restoring justice. And this is about that the Russian Federation, the state and the society as part of that crime, because that appeared because of a high level of support, of mental support of the military aggression and the aggression against the Ukrainian society and the Ukrainian state. So that it is important to implement this demand for justice in the framework of a special tribunal to investigate the crime of aggression. And I'm sure that everyone who is speaking about that they will do everything possible in order to recognize the right of Ukraine to restoring the justice, and that in long-term perspective the solution will be found, and it needs to happen at the negotiations of G7 EU countries plus those countries that understand that the war is going to continue to go on unless the act of aggression is condemned, and because any other country of the world where the system of the state management will migrate towards the authoritarian regime, they will have that precedent where there is lack of accountability for the crimes, for atrocities and the act of aggression in an independent state. Thank you for this detailed response. This explains a lot, and we can see that the international politics, that's quite a swamp. But even though it seems that a lot of time will pass until before the perpetrators will be brought to justice, or maybe they will never be brought to justice. What about just business or realpolitik? But when I think about that, I recall the images of Nazi leaders who were executed in Dachau in 1946. But could the survivors back in 1943 imagine that they executioners will be in their shoes? So hopefully we will also see that situation where those who commit atrocities will be brought to justice. Thank you all for this discussion, and this is not the end of it yet. I suggest that now we take a family photo. I understand that that's a traditional part of panel discussions, and then Ms. Ionova, MP and co-founder of Ukrainian Women's Congress, will come up with the final remarks.
Дороге товариство, велика
Dear friends, it is a big honor to sum up our Ukrainian Women's Congress during the war. The atmosphere of victory is with us today already. I think we heard it from all the speakers today. And our Congress is always very meaningful, very emotional, and the feelings this year are special because we're united by our common struggle, the struggle for our country, for a country that really needs special courage, respect, and union. The Russo-Ukrainian war has been ongoing for over 9 years, but for over 9 months, Russian missiles have been striking our cities and villages, killing and injuring people. Russians are torturing people, committing atrocities, causing Ukrainians to live without power, water, heating, mistreating Ukrainian women and children, and we never thought we would say those words at our Congress. But Ukraine is standing strong, and of course the armed forces of Ukraine are our main diplomat and our main reason and our main argument negotiations while they are liberating Ukraine square meter by square meter. Their role in victory is crucial, and skeptics say that equality is one thing, but it's mostly men who are fighting. But we heard very telling numbers today, and Ukrainian women have become an example of heroism for the entire world since we heard that almost 60,000 women serve in the armed forces of Ukraine, and this figure is even higher than in NATO standards. Ukraine has been able to achieve much in the sectors of gender equality, defense and security, and using this occasion, I would like to thank the Equal Opportunities Caucus and our NGOs, which have made this result possible. And we have been able to see the result of our joint work in practice. We have been through the unique path of the development of Ukrainian women in the army. We have heard about women who work in reconnaissance, women who are snipers. We saw Lesa Honja, who is a shooter in the infantry. We all know Tanya Chernovol, who works with the Stugna. And this is a lot of respect, and there is a lot of contribution made by every woman warrior, and we are proud of all of you. We also know the work of women volunteers who keep helping the army every day. Economy, business management, executive bodies, local authorities, politics, healthcare, education, childcare. All these fronts are maintaining Ukraine, done by all of you. And all Ukrainian women are working towards our joint victory. I would like to point out our women's battalion in the parliament. Why? Because since the first months, since the first days of the war, women MPs started traveling across the world, started speaking about humanitarian aid, which was required, and about weapons. It included weapons, sanctions, financial assistance, and we carried out those visits in order to pressure politicians of the entire world to unblock the supply of weapons and equipment and to reinforce military support to Ukraine. I am very proud of all of us being together. I think this is major synergy between the government, NGOs, the parliament. We all work to ensure that Ukraine would obtain the EU candidacy status, and I am sure that we will later gain full-fledged membership in the EU because it is a big security factor for our country. There is a similar situation in local authorities where we also hear every day how selflessly women work with their communities. They continue maintaining the social and economic sector, overcoming the consequences of enemy attacks, but also the damage to critical infrastructure that has been destroyed now. We spoke about military correspondence today, whose eyes are what the world uses to see the heroism of our soldiers and the consequences of the war, and that also includes women journalists. We thank them for their courage. Her son was recently liberated, and we all know how many women worked during the occupation. I would like to note Oksana Polmy, an activist who, despite all the risks, maybe later we will be able to speak about the work that has been done by our women, because now it is still dangerous for their lives. But there are many people like Oksana. There are tens of thousands of them, and we also have to speak about them. We have to be proud of them and tell the whole world about them. This is our value, and this is our asset. I would like such women to have an impact in the future, to have an impact on political decision making, and to have influence on how our country will be rebuilt. Another important focus area of humanitarian work is releasing our defenders from captivity as well as civilians. We know that thousands of people are still in captivity, and we understand how much support families require. We need to use every possible international platform to talk about them and pressure the entire civilized world to contribute to the liberation of every person in captivity. And we are also thankful to NGOs which are working on this advocacy in the international community and pressuring Russians, and most importantly, recording crimes. To wrap up my closing speech, I would like to say that some of us are present online, many of us are traveling. We have seen many countries, many traditions, the work of high-level institutions, but we also want to see the perfect picture of gender equality, and we saw it in Ukraine, we saw it in hromadas, in communities, we saw men and women working together towards victory, and all those stereotypes are currently being debunked. We saw this natural aspiration of everyone to work towards dignity, towards victory, and I'm very thankful to everyone for this relentless struggle. We continue to advocate all issues that we discussed today. You know that we are going to raise them at various levels and work with state institutions of various levels. We are also going to engage NGOs and international partners. We also were inspired for further struggle today. And I want to point this out because we are indeed inspired. We're inspired by loving teachers, by selfless doctors. We have seen energy workers, utility workers. We have to be thankful for every day. We have seen a new lens through which we view history. We discussed the main issues of spirituality. Who do I need to be, and what do I need to do for this? I am thankful to our partners who supported us, who enabled our Ukrainian Women's Congress to be held during the war. This is National Democratic Institute, UN Women in Ukraine, UNDP in Ukraine, the ULEAD with Europe program, the International Foundation of Electoral Systems, Coca-Cola Foundation, and Olena Pinchuk Foundation. I also wanted to point out the partnership with the Center for Civil Liberties, Association of Women Lawyers Eurofem, as well as the Starlight Media Group, and Suspilne. Summing up my speech, I would like to sincerely thank the entire team of Ukrainian Women's Congress, who continue to make our dreams and plans come true. And this includes Olena Kondratyuk, Svetlana Wysochovska, Alona Babak, Elena Probovich, Alina Miakenka, and the entire team. And I would like to quote Mr. Zelensky, who was with us today earlier. He said, we are currently at the stage of development of history when the very issue of humanity is under threat. But there is no doubt that the global fight for humanity is currently taking place in Ukraine on various platforms. And our armed forces are also fighting for humanity. Our entire society is fighting for humanity, demonstrating it. And we spoke about values and about humanity at today's Congress. values during the war. And humanity is the value that Ukrainians are now showing to the entire world. And we are remaining loyal and worthy of this mission because we are unbreakable. And for victory, we need united work and integrated personality in order to win. Glory to our people, glory to the armed forces of Ukraine, glory to Ukraine, and see you at the victorious Ukrainian Women's Congress.